Of the Sonny Iris Awards. Yesterday was a great day and really looking forward to the day. And anyway, my name is Terry Riefatan, and my assistant is Olivia Wakefield. Now we'll be judging a brand new category, an exciting category called Nature, sponsored by Lomex. Sorry? I said nature. It is animal. Yes, not nature. It is animal. Sorry. I even wrote down nature, so I stand corrected. It is animal. Anyway, it's sponsored by Lomex. Now, a few people I'd like to thank. We've got students helping us outside. We've got Amy, Gemma, and John. And I'd also like to thank the honours team who do a fantastic job during the awards. I'd also like to welcome our online listeners. Now I'm just going to read out the category information, and then we'll get on with the slideshow. So the category description: photographs that celebrate the beauty and diversity of farmed and domesticated animals. Humans are not permitted. Images of wild animals are excluded from this category. Some exciting work there. Can we have to the judging panel, please, Mike Langford, Jackie Rankin, Tony Carter, Catherine Katanak, and Lizzie Gilmore, please. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. Okay, judges are logged on. I'm just going to read the category description again. Photographs that celebrate the beauty and diversity of farmed and domesticated animals. Humans are not permitted. Images of wild animals are excluded from this category. So we're all set. We'll have the first print, please. Initial score of 78. And there's a potential. Yep. Mike.
I gave this 82, mainly because first up you look at an image and you go, this is really nice, let's start positively. And so that's how I felt about it. If there's problems with it, I can't see them. I see this as a very successful image and would like to hear from the fellow judges.
Perhaps we'll hear from Jackie next, please.
I scored at 72. It's well lit, but kind of way I thought it was overlit. The face of the dog seemed to have been sort of distorted in some sort of way, particularly that little dark area on the left-hand side of the nose. It was sort of taking me away from the expression and feeling of the dog. So I'll put in professional practice.
Thank you, Jackie. Lizzie?
Yeah, I can see where you're meaning, like with the expression, it really draws you in. But when you kind of get in there, if you look to the right-hand side of the dog's face, you can see a little bit of highlighting that's quite distracting. And I would have liked to see a little bit more light coming into the dog's right eye, just to bring out those, just bring out that right eye a little bit more to help with that expression and make it a little bit more impactful.
Okay.
Thank you, Lizzie. Oh, Catherine?
Oh, you
Or Tony? Catherine?
So, yeah, I gave this an 81, so I gave silver as well. I just think this is a really classic, quite beautiful image. There's great engagement from the dog. It's well composed. I hadn't noticed those minor points. There is the catchlight in that far eye. It's sufficient for me, and I think that is the directional lighting is giving good modelling to the dog. It's beautiful, beautiful work.
And Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 78. I'll come up. Majority of 3 will get there.
Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, just right a reply. In terms of being professional about posing an image in a studio, I think this is a classic example and should be rewarded.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore it. Sitting on 78. And we have our first silver at 81. Well done. Accept that, and next print, please. Pretty even scoring there. We have a bronze at 77. Can we have a comment, please? Mike.
Yeah, I felt that having the white dog lit brightest was distracting, and having the dark dog in the background least lit is just out of balance with the lighting ratios.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Okay, score's 79. We're going to have to talk about this anyway, and we've got two contenders for that. Catherine, would you like to take it on? It's two of you on the same score.
I gave this an 83. I felt that this photographer had created quite a magical little piece of fine art with these dogs. The placement's very good with them looking into that negative space in this little magical world framed by the door there. And I just felt that they had brought out lovely texture in them. They're sort of feathery little creatures. And yeah, I just found it quite intriguing and thought that the photographer had taken it up another level, really.
Thanks, Catherine. Mike, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I gave the 74. I just found a bit of visual merging happening with the two dogs being of the same tone next to each other. They just felt merging, but I actually really like the photograph. So, yeah.
Tony?
Yeah, I was on 83 as well, but I was quiet because I think I actually might want to raise my score a bit. I think it's a silver with distinction, actually. With that, Mike, with the dogs and that blending, I think there's enough separation, but the way they sit in the frame, and then the patterns on the dogs, and then how it's replicated in the trees behind that's out of focus. So I think it's quite a simple image, but it's been printed masterfully. All the details there, compositionally, it's great. It's got very good attitude, and I think it's probably a quiet image, but and easily missed, but I think it might be up in silver with distinction for me.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else in support of the image?
Oh, maybe.
Jackie?
I scored at 77. I found the lighting, just not to counter you, Tony, but my point of view, that it feels a bit forced, that the dogs are not really within that landscape beyond, that they're kind of separated out because of the depth and very narrow depth of field that seems to not extend all the way across in a kind of feeling of realism for me. They were separated out tinily. But I'm thinking about silver, but maybe not silver distinction.
Thank you, Jackie. I think it's back to you, Catherine.
Thanks, guys, for your comments, especially Tony for your support there. I think the photographer's actually done a magnificent job of separating those two dogs with such complex patterning and texture in the fur. They are actually beautifully separated. The nose of the dog on the left has actually got a lovely highlight against the darker area of the dog on the right. The texture really is brilliant. And Jackie, I feel that this is a deliberate choice by the photographer, to create this magical scene, and in terms of reality and believability, I think it's believable that they're there, but I just think that's a stylistic choice from this photographer to present us with a fine art portrait of these dogs, and they've done a wonderful job.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's rescore it, see where it goes. Sitting on 79, looking for silver. And it achieved a good silver at 84. Well done. Accept that score, and next print, please. Pretty even scoring there. We've got a high professional standard at 73. And we'll take a comment from one of the judges, please. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, toning down the background would have put more attention onto the dog. I just feel the background trees are too bright.
Thanks, Mike. Next print, please. Initial score of 77. There is a possibility of a challenge there. Jackie.
I scored at 82. I had the little ducks all around there. They just seemed to be really nicely constructed composition. Everything's sort of in its right place with the dog. I thought, why not? And then the circular mat seems to fit in with the background. It's pretty well worked out.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's hear from Mike, please.
A bronze at 75. I actually found the image really enjoyable. I did find the ducks a little distracting.
But Tony.
I'm on 74. I think it's a bit of a puzzle, really. It sort of feels really falsely put together, and I find the dog looks totally uncomfortable, so it makes me feel uncomfortable. So I gave it a professional standard.
Thanks, Tony. Looks like it's back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, I'll take that all on board. I guess I like the whimsical of it and, celebrated it that way, but we all bring our own interpretation to it, so let's rescore.
Yep, go for it. And it stays at 77. It's a strong bronze. Well done. Accept that. And next print, please. Pretty unanimous from the judges there. A score of 72, high professional standard. Can we take a comment, please? Oh, Mike again. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I felt it was more about the landscape than the dog, and I think the landscape's dominating.
Thank you, Mike. And next print, please. And we have a score of 80. And I think we'd be pretty happy with that. Pretty even scoring from the judges. So we'll take a comment, please. Maybe Lizzie, would you like to comment on it?
Yeah, wonderful, rich. That chestnutty palette has really captured that horse really beautifully, and it's thoroughly deserving of an 80. I think to push it up, maybe a little bit of distinction between the subject and the background, and just bring a little bit more into the image.
Thanks, Lizzie. Next print, please. And we have our first silver distinction at 85. And it's pretty even across the board as well. So we'll still need to take a comment. Jackie, would you like to say something about the print? Or
Yeah, wonderful concept, composition, lighting. Maybe it might have gone a little bit higher if the nose had been a little bit sharper, but nothing taking away from that, because it does bring your eye to the eyes of the dog. Well done.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print scores 74. There is a possibility of a challenge there, or are we happy with that? Yep, we are happy with that, so we'll accept that score. And take a comment, please. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, just attention to detail on the background of mergers of leaves with dog's head and things like that.
Thanks, Mike. Next print, please. For those listening at home, we are judging the animal category, sponsored by Lumix. We have an exciting score of 87, silver distinction. And by the looks of things, you guys are pretty happy with that score too. So we'll accept that. Thank you. And we still need someone to make a comment, though, please. Lizzie?
Oh, so wonderfully original and creative. I really enjoyed the storytelling of the puppy growing up around the circle and how it's been done like that, and that little bit of humour as well with the nuts.
Thank you, Lizzie. Next print, please. An initial score of 83. However, there is a possibility of a challenge. Tony's going to take it on. What did you score, Tony?
I'm on 86. I think this is a very honest picture. So, and it has great traditional base of how you photograph things in a natural way. This dog and how its body just sits there and droops down with the ears, and then you have that shape replicated in the back. It's very simple and honest. I think it's been printed beautifully. The way it's presented in the mat that way around gives it, sort of pulls you in. So I think that's smart in how it sits. So obviously the photographer knows exactly what they're doing. The depth of field I think is perfect for this. You're just drawn into that animal and its sad face. So I think it's a quiet image that deserves an 86.
Thank you, Tony. Lizzie, can you give us your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I scored this at 81 silver. I am willing to come up. I would like to have seen a little bit. I'm definitely captivated by the dog's expression. I think that's wonderful, and with that in the background, lovely balance. I would like to have seen a little bit more detail on the foreground of the rock. It's just really dark and heavy, and it kind of draws me down, and that just to help with that separation of the dog with that background.
Thank you, Lizzie. Mike?
Just one small comment. I'm on 82, which means I like it. But in terms of going up to the distinction, I actually find that the background's just a bit heavy, and especially in that black line that goes around the head. I just find that distracting, and I'd like it to be a bit more subtle.
Thanks, Mike. Back to you, I think, Tony, for right of reply.
Yeah, I find the foreground, the weighting of that, quite nice with the the dark area, Lizzie. So I don't mind that. And then I find that foreground darkness balances with the darkness over the top mic. So I find that I don't really have a problem with that too much. But it's one of those images where you go in, and if you were just studying in texture in black and white, look at all the patches on the dog, all the shapes, the ear shapes, and the patch and the design on the dog's natural coat, and how that shape is replicated where the photographer has photographed it. So there's a lot more going on here. It's somebody has seen it in black and white and treated it as just any older object, and brought all of those things together. So that's why I'm on 86. I hope you can find a way to come with me.
Thank you, Tony. Let's see where it goes, judges. Sitting on 83. Tony's looking for silver distinction. Will he get it? And he did. Majority is 3. We've got an 85. Well done. That's cool. We'll accept that. And next print, please. We have an average of 73, high professional standard. We're all pretty happy with that, by the looks. So take a comment from, Catherine, please.
Such a wonderful pose and stance from this dog, so much energy. It's just owning this environment. I feel this image could have gone stronger if the photographer had perhaps chosen a square crop that would have gotten rid of all of those distracting highlights on the left and just really centred you in on that wonderful dog.
Thanks, Catherine. Next print, please. Cancel. Oh, we are on the next print. That's cool. Print scores, initial score of 77, a nice bronze there. There is a possibility of a challenge. Mike will take that up.
Yeah, I gave this 82. I think I fell for the look, that adoring "I love you" look. It's like I've fallen for it. Whether that's the correct way to judge it, I don't know, but I think it's beautifully handled. As a formal portrait, this has emotion. I agree that the dog's not looking at the camera, but whoever he is looking at, he loves them.
Thanks, Mike. Catherine, you had a different opinion there?
I gave this a 73. It is nice engagement from the dog. I felt like it was a little bit of a missed opportunity in the lighting and the treatment. There's not much sort of three-dimensionality going on. The coat is looking more matte than gloss. I just felt that, I think I have underscored it, to be honest, and I'm really happy that it got a bronze, but I would need a bit more to come up to silver for sure.
Thanks, Catherine. Anybody else like to talk to the print? If Jackie?
Just one point. I scored at 78, and I agree with you, Mike. There is that beautiful love you thing going on, but there seems to be a bit of a colour cast through the print of the brownies, and I would have liked to have seen that corrected for this award.
Thank you, Jackie. And it's back to you, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's just the emotion that's got me.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore it. It's crept out 1 point. It's a strong bronze at 78. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? The score is 73, and are we happy with that, judges? There is a possibility of a challenge, but we are happy with that. That's cool. So what we'll do is just take a comment, please. Jackie is going to make one.
Yeah, the purple is a bit distracting in the background. It brings the eye a lot to that tongue. I think a vertical crop might have helped getting in closer to make the portrait stronger.
Thanks, Jackie. Next print, please. Oh, we've got a silver distinction at 85, majority of 3, so we'll definitely accept that, and I'm sure that the photographer will as well. But we do need a comment, please. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, I'm completely stunned by the patience of the photographer to wait all this time to make the triptych. I think it's very, very well done.
Thanks, Mike. Next print, please. So we've got an immediate silver at 82, but I think that Tony has other thoughts on the matter.
Good doggy. I'm on 92. I look along this and I feel like it's like a washing machine. We can go and turn the dials with that twisty head thing going on. But you know, the round shapes that the photographers put this in is fantastic, and the layout is superb. But just, you know, just those roundy, happy faces and just the twist and turn. They've all got their places beautifully put together and printed. It's funny, it's warm, it's inviting, it's simple, well handled. Gets a, you know, immediate emotional response from me of pure joy and what it's like to own an animal like this. And I sort of find it hard to fault, so I'm on 92.
Thanks, Tony. Lizzie, can we get your perspective on the print, please?
Yeah, I scored this a 77. I definitely want to see it rewarded for the handling and the lighting, and it is beautifully printed. I just really struggled going through the images and coming to a conclusion at the end and the storyline and what is this image trying to tell me, and if you can really explain that. You haven't quite got me there yet. I can go up to a little bit, but
Yep.
yeah, it needs
We'll
a little
have
bit
some more
from me.
discussion, and Mike would like to talk about it.
Yeah, I gave it 78, but I'll definitely be coming up into the high silvers. I am confused by number 2 and number 4 being very similar, and I just find the repetition of that look, if you can explain why they've done that, repeat of a certain look, then I'll possibly go higher.
Catherine?
I gave this 87. I think we've got plenty of progression in this series. We don't necessarily need a narrative, but if you really want a narrative, there's a narrative of joy. We have the dog at the beginning, then we have this wonderful twist, 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 and back. Joy, exhaustion, plop, and smiling at the end. Those 3 central images, I really admire the photographer's control. Like that, the positioning of the dog is almost identical, and the second and third images are practically mirror images of each other. Like, they're just so clever. And then the third one is you end up going back to the fourth one, second and the fourth, and you're comparing them and you think, oh wow, that's so cool because they're so similar, but there's such a difference there. So I'm coming up into gold. I think it's great. I can't fault it.
Cool. Thanks, Catherine. Looks like it's back to you to sum up, Tony.
Yeah, I think it's like music. It has a rhythm and a flow. So and that flow is just through click, click, click. You know, in this category, you see a lot of objectification of animals and putting them into some sort of environment to make something up. But this is just pure and simple and honest, and it really has a warmth. But your eye just flows through that, just those round shapes. It just goes round and round and then twists back and just twists. And like I said, it reminds me of dials on a washing machine, just how you can click it left or right, and then you just flow through, and just real rhythm. And yeah, I'd love to see it gold if you can, guys.
Thank you, Tony. Let's rescore it. Exciting time for the photographer, sitting on 82, and see where it goes. And it's gone up to an 88. That's a good, firm silver distinction. Well done. Good debate. Thank you, judges. Accept that score. And next print, please. Initial score of 81. There is a potential for a challenge. Mike, would you like to take that on?
I gave this 85. It's the little details that I'm really enjoying. The piece of grass coming out of the dog's mouth is a point that I just really adore. The cross feet, obviously, but the separation of the the dog's head from the darker space in the background. The placements are absolutely perfect and feel natural, even though it's highly posed. It feels sort of like that's what the dog would do. It's that sort of a dog.
Thanks, Mike. Tony?
I'm on 76. I'm listening though. I'm definitely not going to drag it down. Why my logic with that score, still a good award standard, was it just felt artificially darkened down, and the background behind still quite bright at the same brightness of the dog. So it sort of I thought it sort of felt a little bit heavy that way, and the lighting behind it sort of emphasised the bank behind the dog. So, but I'll be coming up into silver.
Jackie? Yeah.
I scored 83. I'll be coming up into the silver distinction range because the crossing of the dog's paws in the front seems to have a synergy to the background shape, so the crosses and the turns. Feels sort of like a dog, farm dog, sort of dressed up to go out, and he's a bit uncomfortable. There's something sort of going on with that expression, and that the pose has made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but there's a fox in dog sky. I don't know, something going on there that I really like now too.
Thank you, Jackie. It's back to you now, Mike. Sum up. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, thanks. Good on you. It's the environment's the dog's environment. So the lighting of the environment behind it supports where this dog works. It's an environmental portrait, and I actually think that adds to the whole feeling of this dog in this place. And the piece of, as I say, the piece of grass coming out of the mouth, for me, is the piece de resistance.
Thank you, Mike. Let's rescore it, please, judges. Great debate. Majority of 3 judges think it's going to be an 85, which is a good silver distinction. Good stuff. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. That's your score of 77. Nice bronze there. We have a challenge from Jackie.
Yeah, I scored it silver distinction 85. The piece, I just love that ear coming up. I just think it really pulls my attention into the characters of these 3 dogs. I don't know why that ear is up that way, but I find it's really pulls my eye and makes me ask questions and engage with the characters. And the characters of these 3 dogs, they're just like mates out, and they're having a good time. And I was there. That's it. I'm on 85.
Thank you, Jackie. Lizzie, can I have your perspective on that print?
Yeah, I'm on 72. There seems to be a little bit of confusion between being desaturated and oversaturated, especially like the dogs are the front and the centre. They should pop, but I'm really distracted by the real heavy-handedness of the sky. And also, like the greens in the foreground and the grass and the dogs, they should be a really rich, vibrant, and really stand out to help me with that, what you're saying about the expression of that dog. But I'm just really lost between confusion between the 2. Can you help me with that?
Thank you, Lizzie. Catherine.
I gave this 81, and I would love to see it come into silver. All the colour palette is really working for me. I didn't feel that the sky was too heavy. I think the dogs completely stand out against this, and I kind of celebrate the treatment of the greens because it doesn't drag me out. That gives them a solid base, but I just keep going up into this wonderful surge of dog. Loving the ear. I just think we haven't talked about the printing and the presentation as well, and I think that's been really well handled. It's a quality piece. I'd love to see it in silver.
Thanks, Catherine. Back to you by the looks of things, Jackie.
Right, yeah, that colour palette is kind of like an old-fashioned sort of colour palette that almost that you'd see in paintings in the past. And it's kind of noir that brings it all together. And it makes those dogs live in that landscape. They're receptacle to all those colours that are around them, and that's why the colours of the clouds are sort of enveloped within it, because that's what you do with a painting. You do a wash over the top and it brings them all together as a hue. The photographer is really low on the ground. That's what's made that greens come up and be softly out of focus. But Catherine said it does link it to the landscape. Yeah, I'm on 86.
Thanks, Jackie. Let's rescore and see where it goes. And you've given us an 82, a silver. Nice scoring. Thank you, judges. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Well, we've immediately got a gold there at 90. And you guys are very comfortable on that score, so we will take a comment, please. Catherine, perhaps.
I love how you come straight to the chicken lady. You know, love a good chicken photo. This has just immediate impact and the humour. Great concept, well done. I don't want to talk about negatives. No, sorry. Does somebody else?
Yeah, Mike will. Yeah.
Look, I will, because I gave it 90, but I'm wondering if it's worth maybe 93 or 94. A score just is a number, but when it stacks up against other numbers, how important is this one? My question is, this is innovative. I've never seen it before. I think it's incredibly creative and controlled. It's an environmental portrait that's got no faults. It stimulates the brain and the imagination. I think this is brilliant and should go to 93.
Okay, so we can still obviously rescore this. So has anybody else got any opinions?
Yeah, I think I should say something.
Catherine?
I do feel sort of compelled to suggest to talk about some things that I noticed if we're going to be challenging it up. Great shot. However, I felt that the reds and the wattles were slightly oversaturated and a little bit dull in the gumboots, and I felt there was a bit of a dissonance between the real crispness around the feathers and the heads, and then the gumboots are such an integral part of this concept, but they're almost out of focus, especially on the one on the right there. So these were just slight imbalances that I would like to talk about.
Jackie?
Sorry, I gave this an 83, so I probably have been too mean, but if we're challenging it higher, I think it is important to talk about these things too.
I scored this 92, and I think, Mike, you're right, it should be a 93 or maybe 94. The boots, I think having them just soft, a little bit soft, it's desaturated, stops this being a photograph of the boots, which is really comical. It's the second element, that we really are looking at the portraits of these hens, and so that's my read of that. I was really happy that they were just a little bit not as dominant, because they are such a big thing.
Thanks, Jackie. Anybody else? Lizzie?
Yeah, I scored this in 87. I think I'm happy there with it being a 90. The thing that held me back from going higher was the handling of the lighting and the way it falls onto the backdrop, and that's been darkened post-processing. I really wanted to see that continuation of the light coming in and being darker down the right-hand side and really drawing into those faces and then blending off where it's been darkened up to the left of the, and texturised, and to the left of the chickens' faces there. And I think if that had been just crafted a little bit more elegantly, it would have put me up higher.
Thank you, Mike. I put you down as a challenger, so it's your right reply.
Yeah, sure. Look, I actually think there's more control here than what we are giving support for, and one of them is the depth of focus. It's like if that background is going to be out of focus, then that has to be reasonably narrow, and I think the reason that the gumboots are soft, and I'm glad they are, from the point of view of what Jackie's pointed out, is that if they were sharp, the background would be sharp, and I'm glad that the background's not, because that's the separation. I think this is an amazing piece of imagination, creativity, and those are things that I'm talking about for a gold, as opposed to small details that are technically pulling it down, possibly. So go with your heart as opposed to your brain, and let's get there.
Yeah. Thank you, judges. Yeah, unfortunately, there was no challenger as such, only on the lower scales, so I had to choose somebody as being the challenger, and you spoke about it, so I put you in. You're coming up as being... I don't really know what to do about that, because I think we'd probably get somebody to have a look at that for you, Mike, if that's what you'd like to do. That's no problem. There's not much that I could do about it, as I say, unless I chose somebody on a lower level for the challenger. Yes, you can. Right, thanks. So for those at home, we've got a little bit of a point of order at the moment, which we're trying to sort out. In the meantime, I'm going to talk a little bit about Lumix. Lumix is part of the Panasonic brand of equipment. Panasonic New Zealand has been a fully established sales company since 1998, with the core offerings of consumer electronics and business solutions. We are dedicated to improving the lives of the people of New Zealand through our products. We are a highly active member of the community and are always seeking ways to improve our professional relationships. Panasonic New Zealand is part of Panasonic Corporation, known as the Matsushita Group, until October 2008. Matsushita first entered the New Zealand market in 1962, supplying refrigerated parts to Fisher & Paykel. In 1971, a sales agreement between Matsushita and Fisher & Paykel saw the introduction of National and Panasonic electronic products to the New Zealand market, with all products rebranded Panasonic in 1987. Today, Panasonic New Zealand has 115 employees across Christchurch, Wellington, and its headquarters in Auckland, and continues to be part of the fabric of New Zealand. Let's take a talk to one of the judges. Lizzie, tell us about yourself. Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from the Naki.
From the Naki.
Yeah. I am, I guess at the moment, mostly do commercial photography. A little bit of family on the side. Yeah, funnily enough, at the moment, I'm really enjoying taking pictures of oil and gas sites.
Wow.
Bit different than my usual, but I love getting out there in the fresh air during the day and learning. I learned so much, and yeah, put on my PPE, my camera, and go for it.
Yeah, there's a few oil and gas sites in the Naki, isn't there?
Oh yes, yeah, and they take me up on the highest towers and scare the crap out of me.
Yeah, no, that would be very exciting,
Yeah,
actually.
I love it.
Good
Takes me out of my
commercial
comfort
stuff.
zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and enjoy doing the weddings in the summer, and yeah, yeah. Got 4 kids, lots of animals, ride horses, play football. Yeah,
Sounds like a great life.
for me.
And what about you, Catherine? You know all about chickens, of course. We do know that.
So I have 2 elderly chickens at home, Ivanka and Loretta, and they have not laid a single egg for 18 months now, and I cannot bring myself to dispatch them because they've both got me gold awards. One got 99 out of 100, so she's going to live for another 10 years probably. About myself, I'm Wellington-based portrait fine art photographer, Grandmaster of Photography, and past president of the NZIPP a couple of years back as well. And
Yes, you've done some great work for the Institute, haven't you, Catherine? Yeah, that's cool. And so is Mike down the end there. Mike, you were on honours for quite some time, weren't you? You're a Grandmaster, and how many times a Grandmaster?
Only 2.
Only 2. Oh, really? I'm sure you're working on changing that, you know.
Yeah, that's life's work, I think. None of us stop.
No.
Once you're bitten by the photography bug, you go for your life.
Yeah.
I think all of us here are lifers, aren't we?
Yes, well, Mike has been on honours for quite some time, of course, and he's also done lots of other things for the Institute. He's been the captain for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I think once you get involved in the NZIPP, you feel a responsibility to your fellow photographer to do your bit, and I think I did my bit. Catherine's certainly done a bit. In fact, I think we've all done our bit to a certain degree, but you don't stop just because you've done your bit. You keep doing it because you believe in it.
Absolutely. Who else have we got that we can talk? Of course, Tony, everybody knows Tony. He's also from the Naki, aren't you? Get out there and photograph all those characters. God, there must be a lot of characters out there.
Sorry.
Oh, you're Christchurch-based now. I'm catch up with that.
These days. Yeah, been down here for 6 months, slowly getting used to the cold. But yeah, you're portrait based down here, but travelling between Christchurch and Taranaki. So, but yeah, spending most of our time down here. When I'm not doing portraits, I'm doing personal projects on small little towns with crazy people, because I'm one of those myself. I'm 7 times New Zealand Photographer of the Year and New Zealand's first Grand Master.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive record, isn't it? And you're not finished yet, are you?
Sorry?
You're not finished yet, I'm sure.
No.
You keep trying.
No, I hope not.
Okay, so we might have... Honours have had a look at this, guys, and we're going to go to the initial score of 90. It's a technical thing. You can take it up with Honours later on if there's an issue. I know it has, but the score is actually going to be recorded as 90. So that's out of my hands. That's an Honours issue. Did my best there to try and do the best for the print. But the system is the system, and we have to abide by it. So we're accepting that at 90. It's still a really nice award for that photographer, and they should be proud of it. So well done. And with that, we're going to accept that and move on to the next print, please. Print scores, initial score is 78. Nice high bronze there. There is a potential challenge. Potential challenge, no, we're happy with that. So we're going to accept that score of 78, and we'll take a comment, please. Jackie? Thank you.
Yeah, I think this would have gone into that next scoring range if those mid-tones, they seem to be a bit muddy, a little bit of a colour cast of pinks or something through there, and it's not giving clarity to the eyes.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print scores bronze at 76. Happy with that. Can I take a comment, please? Catherine?
It's a beautiful little study in colour, and you get in close there and realise the dog's got different coloured eyes, which is quite lovely. For me, I just found that bright patch above the dog's head just took me out the top of the image there. Just darkening that down a little bit would have centred it in.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Print scores 73. You happy with that, guys? Yeah, okay. We'll accept that and just take a comment, please. Lizzie?
Just watch your cropping. I think the tail needed a little bit more room to breathe because it was so close to the edge. It was a distracting element away from the eyes.
Thanks, Lizzie. Next print, please. print score is 81, and it's fairly consistent as well, so we'll accept that. And we'll have a comment, please. Tony, thank you.
So very well handled. Just watch the back leg and also the lighting coming down, shadowing the tongues and things like that. So it's a little bit off-putting, especially when they're close to the focus of the eyes. But yeah, great image.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please. Print's got an initial score of 83, which is a nice silver, but we do have elective challenge, which Tony would like to take up. I'm sorry. We'll go to Catherine, actually.
I'll go because then Tony gets to change his score. So I gave this 92. What a magnificent image. So powerful, so simple and so controlled. And such the right dog for that setting. In terms, I'm just getting this whole story here. These are dogs that are built for speed, and it's like it's on its own track, and then you've got its own sort of surging movement lines coming up in the sides of the bridge there. The light on the face is beautiful, the engagement with the camera, the light on the body, the tonality of it, it's all just working, and I feel like this is an image that's going to stick with me and be really quite memorable. Wonderful simplicity. I'd love to celebrate it with a gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we hear from Lizzie, please?
I knew you were coming to me. Yeah, I unfortunately I did see quite a lot of faults, especially in the handling of the background. Going in, it's like, is this a black and white, or is this a colour that's been really desaturated? There's so many colour casts of pinks and greens and blues and whatnot in the background. I just feel like it's really heavily done, especially behind the dog. And on the dog, if you look to the right-hand side of the dog, it's just such a bright highlight coming on the left side of its face. And rather than its expression, I'm just distracted by too much. Yeah, I scored this a 73.
Thanks, Lizzie. Let's go to you next, Tony. You were quite high up there.
No way. No way, Lizzie. I think it's outstanding. I'm on 88, and I was quite happy to bow down when I was going to challenge, so that's awesome. I'll be coming up into gold. I mean, just look at the beautiful, the muted tones. Yeah, is it colour? Is it black and white? I'm not confused about that. Because I'm not confused, because I know the photographer who's done this knows exactly what they're doing. Look at those, beautiful lines sort of receding back. How the dog has just a little bit more room on that left-hand side for your eye just to wrap around. But just those long, thin lines. Everything's long and thin. Very clever. Beautiful, shallow depth of field. I think it's just handled beautifully. It's presented well. In the mat, in a vertical format, it really sort of pulls you in. You don't get dragged out the sides, so that's masterful. And just the whole weighting of everything is outstanding, and I'll be coming up to a gold.
Awesome, thanks, Tony. Let's go to Mike.
Yeah, I gave this 82, and it's interesting, and this is the best thing about judging with a group of 5 people. You learn things you don't know. As soon as Catherine said the relevance of this runway and the speed of the dog, all of a sudden I had this whole visual thing changed, and it went to 90.
Thank you. Back to you, Catherine, then. Sum it up, please.
Yay. Lizzie, I'm struggling to see light, the issues with light on the face there, and the colour. It's a monochromatic image, as Tony said. Doesn't matter if it's a colour or black and white. It's simple and it's powerful. It's really working, and mastery in action here. Let's reward it.
Thank you, Catherine. Exciting to see where this goes. Let's enter the scores, judges, and get the outcome. And the outcome's a brilliant one, 91. Well done. That's very cool. Good debate, good judging. Well done. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tony, can you hop off and take a break? Thank you for your wonderful comments. And Craig, I know you're itching to get up here. And Lizzie, can you take a break too? Thanks, love. And we'll get Belinda up. Belinda Richards. And
Thank you.
excellent. Everybody comfortable? Let's have the next print, please. We are a silver 81 there. I think you're all fairly comfortable with that, which is cool. So we'll take a comment, please. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, to improve this, I think a second light, a separation of the blacks, would make the shape of the horse stronger and bring it out of the background.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Print scores 72, high professional standard. Take a comment, please. Belinda. Oh, yep, Belinda. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, lovely little capture of this dog. What's your highlights? We've got some blown out highlights, and it's also a very awkward crop, which is not doing the dog any favours, so maybe pull back a bit from now on. And yeah, just watch your tonality.
Thank you, Belinda. Next print, please. Print scores silver at 80. You happy with that? Let's take a comment. Yep, Mike, thank you.
Yeah, this is a photograph with intent. and beautifully captured, beautifully lit. The timing's absolutely superb. But the connection of the two animals together is what makes it a silver for me.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Print has a score of 73. There is potential there for an elective challenge, but it appears that we're happy with it. So we'll just take a comment, please. Jackie, thank you.
Nice expression of this dog framing, but unfortunately the dog is dark and it's against a dark area, and my eye is distracted by the outside, so darkening those other areas down may have helped.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print scores 71, high professional standard. Can we take a comment, please? Yep, Craig, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is quite whimsical, especially in the way it's been presented. I think for me the light lets it down a little bit. You've got some really harsh highlights on the left of the dog there, and just the light falling on the dog is a little bit heavy on one side.
Thanks, Craig. Can we have blank screen, please? Belinda, would you mind stepping down, please? Thank you for your judging. And Kirsten, would you mind hopping? So we've got Kirsten Howe. Howe? Howe. Thank you. And we'll have the next print, please. Sorry. It's my fault. Dreaming.
Coming through now.
Yep. Coming, and system's a little bit slow. We should be okay now. Thank you. Ooh. Nice one, guys. Straight to gold distinction at 95. We'll accept that, but we'll have a comment about that, a bit of a chat, so we would like to take that on. Catherine?
I'll just start talking about this, but I'm sure there's someone else also have a few things to say. Yeah, I gave this 96. Wow. I'm just in awe of this. Every single image here is interesting. Every single image is just screaming out personality and expression. It's got humour right throughout the whole thing. It's been absolutely beautifully put together in terms of the balance of the characters and the angles of the heads, and then that mental little cat in the middle. It's wonderful. It's so cool.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll accept that. That's a lovely score for that photographer. Anybody else want to comment on the gold? Yep, Mike?
In actual fact, I thought it was open for scoring. Is it not because it's gold?
It is, but I'd have to have... there is a challenge there from you, Mike, or Jackie. So Jackie would
I thought we could all challenge because it's gold.
I'll need to put someone down as a challenger, obviously.
I'll go challenger.
No,
So
no.
I'll
You
I'll
put me down
down
because you can.
as Jackie.
I spoke first. So you can put me
You
down
can't-
as challenger if you like.
Sorry?
You can put me down as challenger because I spoke first in a 96.
I can't... You're not actually a challenger. This is the point. There's only two challengers. I can choose Mike or Jackie. Mike is on the low side, Jackie's on the high side. Sorry? Okay, all right. So who's going to take it on? Catherine? Okay, Catherine, we'll put you down as a challenger. Off you go.
Okay, well, I've said my bit already, so we've opened up the challenge now, so I can't change my 96, but a lot of other people can come up higher.
Who we got? Mike, please.
Yeah, I gave this 86, hugely underscored, which is why I'm really glad that Catherine challenged it. Thank you, Catherine, because this is exquisite and should be more like a 98 instead of a 95. So, which is what I'm going to, 98. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig, next.
Yeah, this is everything that we love about our dogs, but don't usually want to see in a photo. And I think it's quite brave. It's really funny. I scored it 96, and I'll happy to come up some more points as well.
Thank you. Jackie?
Yes, I scored at 92. I think that the dog in the centre at the top, I love that one too, because it's got a green background, but it's brown, and the very clever way of using those colour repetitive patterns is pretty amazing. 98.
And who else have we got? Anybody else? Back to Catherine. So we moved up to a 97, which is a absolutely brilliant score. 97 gold. Well done, judges. Accept that. And next print, please. Print scores 74. You happy with that, judges? Thank you. Take a comment, please. Craig, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice expression. To raise it higher, I think I'd love to see a little bit more richness in the blacks in the fur there.
Thanks, Craig. Next print, please. Yeah. Sorry, Craig. Yeah, sorry, mate. Missed that one. Um, yeah, Belinda, can you step up? Sorry, my panel chair got taken away from me. We have an initial score of 85, but we have a challenge from Catherine.
I gave this 93. These are all really beautiful images, very diverse, different dog breeds, obviously, diverse lighting situations. There is such a strong story going on here. Every image has two dogs, and it seems to me to be all about love and connection of different types of partnerships here. So we've got the ones in the centre could be siblings, you know, the same breed. The one above that, I know they're different breeds, but I'm kind of reading into that generational thing, you know, like maybe the grandparent and the little one. Then we've got a black dog and a white dog. You know, you could take a. How do you say that word? Anthropomorphizing this quite significantly, but you know, I'm reading a lot of human diversity into these dogs. So, and I'm already getting that we're only up there for a few seconds. So I'm on 93 and love to talk about this one.
Thank you, Catherine. Belinda.
Yeah, I'm the bad guy here. Hey, I'm down at 78, and there's a few reasons for it. One of them is I can see that we've got joys here and sibling connections and different relationships and things like that. I just didn't see the point of having all of the frames. I feel like there's one or two really, really great images in here, but I just feel like the rest of them were unnecessary, and maybe just, especially that one in the top right where they're looking at each other is absolutely stunning and could have stood up just by itself. So there are a few technical issues which doesn't really bother me, but yeah, just as a story, I don't feel like it's very cohesive.
Thanks, Belinda. Mike?
I gave this 88. I'm absolutely prepared to come up into gold. There's a story being told in here that's not just about breeds, it's not just about partnerships, it's about animals and how they relate to each other, and each of them has a relationship going on here, and it's finished at the bottom right as I read it, with two dogs looking off into the future, one with the paw over the back of the other one, which is just it's the most gorgeous portrait I think I've ever seen, but it's part of a big story, and the whole big story is shown in this collection. It's the layout, the design, the ingredients, they're all absolutely spot on in terms of storytelling, and I love it. It's a gold.
Thank you, Mike. Jackie?
Yeah, I scored this 84, and I'm not too sure about gold myself, because it feels like a lot of portraits of at different times, just a collection that has been brought together for this showing, and for me that doesn't bring the right intent. The intent has come later on, instead of maybe at the beginning of the idea of bringing that discussion together that you've talked about. I think it's just sort of been made a little bit.
Thanks, Jackie. Back to you. Belinda. No, it's Kirsten.
I scored this 82, and I think I've probably scored it a little bit too harshly, so I'll definitely be moving up into silver with distinction. I agree with Catherine's comments that it does tell a beautiful story about companionship and love and togetherness. I see the generational aspect, so thank you for pointing that out. I love it. I think it is a great image, and I think it does tell a story.
Thank you, Kirsten. It's back to you now, Catherine.
Yeah, Belinda, I agree. There's some really standout images, and some of these could well win high awards on their own. But it is the combination here that has got me really excited and put me straight into gold, because all of these are part of that big narrative. This is why this photographer has presented them all together, because that is the story that just hit me immediately. And Mike completely agreed that wonderful, wonderful full stop to this series. You know, it's hard to put together a series like this and really make it work, and I think this photographer has beautiful work. What are we on at the moment?
85.
Okay. Yeah, love to see it in gold. Yeah, just do it.
Judges, rescore, please. Sitting on 85, and exciting time. It's gone up to a stronger silver distinction at 88. So it's a very good score. Good, solid. Can we have a blank screen, please?
Yeah, you can hop off, yeah. Yeah, I think so. We'll just wait for it to update. It should be sweet. So, yes, you can. So, we'll take mine.
Flagged up. Belinda, can you step up, please?
No, Mandarin.
Oh, sorry, Mandarin, not Belinda. Mandarin. I beg your pardon.
Sorry, Belinda.
Yep. Got distracted. So that's Mike, Belinda.
No, you're good. You sit down.
You said, yep. You're good. You're good.
Mandarin.
Mandarin, please. Thank you. Is that it? Kirsten.
Kirsten, hang on. And Kirsten.
Kirsten, we'll get you to step down as well, please. And
Tony back? Or grab Tony before he runs out?
where's Tony, though?
Oh, no, he's gone. Bex. Yeah. Can we get Rebecca on? Yeah. So we'll do Kirsten's off and Rebecca's on.
So Kirsten off, and we welcome Rebecca Kempton to the panel. And we're all good to go, so we'll have the next print, please.
Sorry, that was being missed.
No, it's okay. Got an average score of 78 with a challenge from Craig.
Okay, so I scored this an 86, a silver with distinction, and I just really, really enjoy the way that this dog is very prominent in the image, but such a small piece of it. It's a dog within a wider landscape, and I think you can look at it either way, where this is a dog in its world or this is a landscape with a dog in it. And either way, I think it's quite a brave choice for this category, and I think that the photographer should be rewarded for that bravery.
Thank you, Craig. Let's hear from Jackie, please.
I scored a 72, and I think it's a landscape with a dog that I found. But the landscape itself is not strong enough and not well enough composed for me, with the reflection just coming into the reflection of the mountain behind, but that has given separation to the dog. But the sky is really diluting that landscape. I think it would have been much stronger as a crop with the mountain cut off, and then I would be getting closer to where you are.
Thanks, Jackie. Mandarin.
To further add to that, and by the way, it is a beautiful landscape image, but to add a little bit more context, I scored it 78. I wanted to go higher. It is probably more of a landscape rather than an animal image, but if you look at the masking on the hills in the background, they haven't been masked quite properly, and if you look at the top edges of some of them, you can see where the masking hasn't quite matched. So there's a few technical issues that need to be resolved as well.
Thank you, Mandarin. Anybody else? Sorry. Rebecca?
Yeah, hi, I'm on 78. I was probably being a bit stingy, to be honest. I'm going to come up to silver. For me, it's about these tiny dogs in this giant world, and they still think they are as big as the world. Like, they have such attitude, and they're like, I am the boss, and I'm standing here on... You know, they're so tiny, but they have the attitude of, I'm way bigger than that, the small dog syndrome. And I think that kind of really plays into that. I think it's a beautiful landscape, but I think that the story for me is because of this breed, they are, you know, holding their own. Like, yeah, I'm the boss of this whole place. And so, yeah, for that, I'm going to come up into the low 80s there for silver.
Thank you, Rebecca. Looks like it might be back to you there, Craig.
Yeah, so in terms of the positioning of the dog, I think it's been placed really well. It's got the lighter part of the reflection in the background. I don't think you'd want to see it higher in those darker areas. It wouldn't stand out as well. I don't see any issues with masking at the top. I think it's just haze or cloud in those small areas. And yeah, I did have composition in mind when I scored this. I do think that probably a crop might make it stronger, and maybe even a little bit more space on one side. But overall, as a dog in a landscape, I think, Rebecca, you said it really well. This is like big dog attitude in a small dog in a really big world. So a few more points come up into the silvers.
Lovely. Thanks, Craig. That's for the score. There's some nice debate there. It's gone up to an 80. A nice silver there for the photographer. Well done. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Initial score of 81 silver. We do, however, have an active challenge from, Catherine. Take it away.
I gave this 87. This had really strong initial impact for me, and it just felt really, really right that these dogs would be in that landscape and so cohesive with it. They look a bit like they've had a dump of snow on them, so they're fitting that, and then they've also got the colours of the tussocks in them. Beautiful separation between the dogs. They're really strong with that central placement in the frame, and the photographer's got great engagement from them. They're really interesting looking dogs. There's a lot of really cool texture going on here, and it's just really working for me.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's hear from, Mandarin, please.
Stunning landscape. The dogs are really beautifully positioned, expression as well. I scored 78, a good professional standard. Where I failed to come up a little higher was more in the landscape section, which is a large portion of the image, of course. With the mists in the background, it looks like the photographer has tried to burn in that mist a little, so it's become a little bit, I hate to say it, muddy, whereas I would have liked to have seen a little bit more crispness.
Thank you, Mandarin. Jackie?
Just one point on that. That was 78 too, and I was dodging in between silver. There's a bright highlight under the dog on the left that links up to his paw. That's some grass in the foreground. That just my eye just keeps going to that.
Thank you, Jackie. Rebecca?
I'm forgiving if you're the technicals in the background because I'm not actually sure how much it matters. And I think I say that because I'm on 83 and I'm coming up to distinction and I should have, just been braver. But for me, the dogs are the landscape. So just exactly what Catherine said, but just even more so that they could actually be a landscape on their own because of their tonings and how they... they look like they're snowing and they've got their own tussocks and they've got all of that kind of stuff. And I think that the separation, so the middle dog is, right there between those, it might be the boss or the mum, and is sitting in that V at the back. They all have been beautifully placed. This is someone that knows exactly what they're doing. And I think there's a few highlights, sure, but I mean, it's distinction. It's not, we're not heading up to gold. But I think it's absolutely worth it. It's delightful.
Thank you, Rebecca. Back to you, I think. Catherine, please, sum up.
Thanks for your comments. Mandarin, that background looks perfectly natural to me. You may be right, but I'm even coming up to have another look and it just looks like reality to me. There is a tiny little blade of grass at the beginning, the front there, I do see that, Jackie, but it really, really doesn't bother me. As I said, I think these dogs are just perfect for this landscape and really strong image.
Thanks, Catherine. Let's rescore it. Sitting on 81. And it's gone up to an 83. Nice strong silver there for the photographer. Well done. Accepting that, aren't we? We'll accept that. And next print, please. Brent has an initial score of 77. Nice bronze there, but there is a challenge for Mandarin.
I think this image is delightful. There's not much I don't like about it. I scored at 83. I think it is worthy of a silver. Let's start off with the crispness of it. It's beautifully printed. Compositionally, I think it's lovely. The styling is really well handled. So I'd love to hear from the other judges.
Thank you, Mandarin. Let's go to Craig.
I scored it 74 and I'm listening, but at the moment I feel quite comfortable there. The sharpening, especially on the wall, on the floor, is too much. It's really over sharpened there. And I also think that whilst the photographer's done quite well getting the pose and the paws over the bowl quite nicely there, I think the head is kind of hunched down a little bit. So a more alert and upright head position would make the expression more engaging and a stronger result overall.
Thank you, Craig. This is back to Mandarin. Anybody else? Back to you, Mandarin, I think. Sorry, Kath. Catherine.
I gave it 77, and Mandarin, I was just wondering if you could explain to me what the little blanket is adding. I think the photographer has put a lot of thought into the styling with the curls on the floor matching the curls of the dog. Gorgeous little dog, wonderful light and expression and texture there. But I feel like there's two little subjects here, and it just is reminding me maybe it's a dog tongue or something. But it's quite distracting, and I think it's interrupting the simplicity and the colour palette. So if you could talk a bit about that.
I love discussing these images because we all have such diverse ways of seeing them. So with regards to the crispness, I actually think that adds to the image, and I know that you can have an image over sharpened. I don't respectfully feel that this image is. With regards to the dog being a little bit hunched, they're kind of relaxed. They're sitting in their little basket, and if the dog was, straighter up, I don't think it would add to the story. With regards to the blanket, I actually feel that it fills in the gap, that if it wasn't there, there'd be this dark area with where the bowl is. And as far as the colour palette, and it actually works really well with the little scarf around the dog's neck and his tongue, because he or she's got a beautiful expression, very happy, very relaxed. So I think it's definitely worthy of a silver.
Thank you, Mandarin. Final score of a bronze at 78. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Who's that? Oh, of course we follow that, yeah. Print score is 82 silver. There's potential. Yes, Rebecca's going to tell us why she's in a higher score.
Yeah, I scored this 85 in the distinction range. It gave me an immediate emotive response. I feel that we're probably all probably similar if it's already sitting in that silver range. I know these dogs well. I have one. So for me, it's the emotion around it. And the other thing that I just think is brilliant, it's been so well handled, and the nose is sharp, everything right through the eyes, but they haven't taken out the little parts under the eyes that, the photographer could have clean that up, or whatever you want to call it. But this is a really honest portrait of this breed of dog, and the photographer has got a beautiful connection. Like, there's just an incredible connection there with the photographer to actually capture this breed of dog so beautifully, sharp where it should be, and like I said, an honest, stunning portrait. It's been beautifully handled. The oval portrait gives it a bit of a softness, around the softness sort of the ears, and I think it's absolutely worthy of distinction. From Matt.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do we go to Catherine?
I gave this 78, and I'm really happy to come up into silver. This dog, I am getting an emotional response to this image. There's such mournful eyes, beautifully lit. I was really enjoying the top part of this image, and particularly the sort of molten liquid lines that are created by the light around the eyes there, and that mournful expression that you get. I guess the reason I was in a high bronze was that I felt that the dog had been quite evenly lit right throughout, and that there's a lot of detail in the ears, and then I'm coming down to the legs, and so my attention was being drawn down there where I wanted to stay in that beautiful area around the eyes. But yeah, very happy to come up into silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Mandarin?
Rebecca, thanks for challenging. I'm really glad we're having this conversation because I gave it 81 as silver, but I think I will come up. Where I was struggling was with the hair, the piece of fur that's hanging from the dog's left eye, and I found that so distracting. But then, as I have had the opportunity to look at it longer, I feel that that's part of the dog's character, the personality, and it is so superbly presented, printed, and I actually really think that the drop-off in the focus towards the bottom actually adds to us going up back towards the eyes, which are really the only thing that have any colour in them. So it's really well presented.
Thank you, Mandarin. I think it's back to you, Rebecca.
I'm not really hearing any negatives here. Just wanted to address that drop off in the bottom there. These dogs are all about their eyes and their ears. And look at them, aren't they just spectacular? They're just curly goodness, and they're all sharp and beautiful, and they make you want to touch them and cuddle them and feel them. And the background as well, I just want to bring a sort of a highlight onto that. It's been very well thought about, that background working with this dog and how it's slightly textured, sort of like the soft parts of the rest of the body. Absolutely worth a distinction.
Thank you, Rebecca. Let's rescore it. Sitting on 82. And you achieved a lovely silver distinction at 85. Some lovely debate there. We'll accept that score. Blank screen, please. And Craig, can you pop off for me, please? Thank you for your judging. And Lizzie.
Yep, she's here.
Sorry?
No, it's making sure she's here.
She's not here.
No, she is. She is.
Oh, she is.
No, I'm doing it. Give me a chance. Oh, yeah, hold.
Yeah,
and
well,
all right, Tony. I had it on my mind. Yeah.
sorry, what's that?
Jackie.
We're not really meant to say. Jackie. Oh,
She's
you're off anyway.
Tony gone.
She's gone. Tony, come back, please. Tony Carter back on. Jackie Rankin has left the panel. You're doing a great job.
Yep.
We do have quite a few exclusions in this category, so we chop and change a wee bit. We're trying to keep it a gender equal panel, as it were. I haven't accepted that, have I?
Yeah.
Oh, I have. Okay, so you...
I'm just waiting.
Okay, just next print, please. have a look here. We've got an instant silver here at 82, but we've got a challenge there from Catherine, if she'd like to take it on.
There's something really, really magical about this image. It's just incredibly compelling. It's a very simple image, but my gosh, it's well handled. This dog is absolutely glowing, and I think the photographer is just celebrating all that warmth and richness by the choice of the paper that this is printed on. It's got an absolute luminosity. The entire image is just glowing. Those eyes, the three-dimensionality, the lighting is really bringing out all the wonderful folds, the texture, but also just the form of the dog. Yeah, I can't stop looking at it. It's great. 88.
Lizzie, you are at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I scored this 77, and I'm happy to come up to a silver for the reasons that you're saying there, Catherine. I think the reason why I sat back down in the 77 is I just want to see just a little bit more expression and from the dog with its eyes, and yeah, I mean I can see with the tooth and that adding a little bit of character, but I wanted that to be merged with the expression of the eyes. I didn't quite get that, so that's why I just kept it in the bronze.
Thank you, Lizzie. We'll go to Mandarin next, please.
I was on 85. I think this is superb. It's the Renaissance portrait of the old general dog. You've got the fur collar. He's sitting there so proudly. He's thinking he looks awesome, which he does. The attention to detail is extraordinary. The little droplets of slobber on his whiskers. His teeth, need a little bit of work, but he's elderly. When you stand back, it's very three-dimensional. So I was very happy with my silver distinction score, and I think it definitely is worthy of that, if not more.
Thank you, Mandarin. We'll go to Rebecca next.
I was just thinking the same thing as Mandarin. It was probably more of a lady I was thinking of, actually, with beautiful fur off to a big ball or something, all dressed up. It's quite oil painting to me. I gave it 80. Probably the more I sit with it, it just, again, gave me that emotional response. And look at that mouth. To me, it's not really about the eyes. It's just brilliant.
Thank you, Rebecca. Back to you, I think, Catherine. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Mandarin, that was just beautifully said. I love that. Yeah, it is a Renaissance portrait, the fur collar. And I had forgotten to talk about the mouth, because this is kind of also perfect, but that is really not perfect. We do have character in this dog. Lizzie, difference of opinion, but for me, those eyes are just pools of, liquid amber. I just keep diving back in there. The eye roams around, but I find those eyes and that gaze and that connection really captivating. So, yeah, let's reward this photographer.
Thank you, Catherine. And that's gone up to a silver distinction at 85. Well done. And we'll accept that. And we just move on.
I haven't got next here.
Next one, I think. Okay. Next frame, please. You okay to come back on next? Not yet, next time. Do you?
Yeah,
What
the
do you
next
want?
one I'm going to swap you. Yeah, I've got it. Sorry, it was hiding. It was hiding. My bad. Sorry, Jerry. It was confusing.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay, we've got a initial score of 79, which we're obviously going to talk about. And I think that we've got Lizzie would probably be the one to talk to it.
I scored this in 83. I'd quite like to see it be rewarded for that the play on the menacing face within that front tree and the look of unaware from the dog. Yeah, I really enjoyed that little storyline. Yes, there are some faults. There's the lake or the river on the left is crooked. If that had been straightened up, but it's just so appealing and a little story there with that menacing tree.
Thank you, Lizzie. We'll go to Mandarin next, please.
I was on 74. Firstly, I'd love to say that that dog is just so cute. I want them in my home. I won't tell my dogs. The reason why I couldn't go higher was so much of this image is about the landscape around the animal, and the trunk of the tree is just extraordinary, and I just would have loved to have seen more detail in that to add to the story of the environment that the pet was photographed.
Catherine, would you like to say anything? Your support of the image?
Yeah, I gave this an 82. I think this dog has been put in quite a magical little landscape, and that's all contributing, but the dog is still owning this shot. That pose is extraordinary, that sense of engagement, you know, and that little face. I get all of the vibes from the tree without needing to see any more detail there, and I think that would actually compete for my attention. So yeah, happy in a silver.
Thank you, Catherine. I think it's probably back to you, Lizzie.
Yeah, the expression of dog is completely captivating. And you know, the more I sit and look at it, the more you know, maybe he is a menace, and it ties in, and the environment completely ties in with his personality. But he's looking there like the cat that got the cream and butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. But I bet he's a complete and utter menace.
Thanks, Lizzie. Let's rescore it. We have to make a decision anyway. It's sitting on 79. And we made that decision. It's gone up to an 80 silver. Well done. We'll accept that and have a blank screen just for a moment, please. And we'll take off Rebecca Kempton. Thank you so much for your judging. And we'll bring back the talented Mike Langford. And we'll also, at the same time, Catherine, take a break. Thank you for your judging. And we'll bring back Belinda.
Oh, no, hang on,
Oh,
sorry.
no, sorry, we've got that. We got that wrong.
I read that wrong. I'm going to give Kirsten to sit here.
Kirsten, instead. Oh, that's fine. You did your best, right? That's cool. Don't sweat on it.
Can't see it from in the middle of it. This makes sense.
Yes. Oh, next print, please. Sorry. All of our judges do a wonderful job. And of course, you can vote for your favourite one at the NZIPP info desk. And there's a special award at the end of the Iris Awards for whoever's voted to be the best. Another 79 here. But thankfully we've got two people on the same score. So let's, who's going to put their hand up? We've got Tony or Mike. Tony.
It's me.
Ah, it is you.
this image is not perfect around the edges, but I mean, I just think the expressions on these dogs' faces is priceless. They're real gangster type. They look menacing and a bit crazy, and they just look up for it. They look up for trouble, and I enjoy that about it. The colour tones throughout, I think, sort of work sort of tie in nicely together. I'm on 82, yeah, so I think it's just over into that next category.
Thanks, Tony. Kirsten, have you got a few words for us?
I scored this 75. I agree with what Tony said, that it looks like a group of dogs that are up for a bit of trouble. The tonality of the image, though, doesn't really work for me. It just seems like it's a little bit over-processed. So I think, yeah, maybe the photographer could improve by just holding back a bit on the post-processing.
Thank you, Kirsten. Mike?
Yeah, like I'll support Tony on this. I gave it 82 as well. I actually think the brightness of the dogs is making them stand out. I think if the processing was a little bit flatter, they wouldn't be jumping off this ridge and standing out in the environment. I think that processing's appropriate. Tonally, I find the swarm tone really sympathetic with the colour of the dogs. I don't think there's a colour cast in here. I find it all very appropriate. But it's the stance, that whole stance of, the pack out on the prowl. I think it's pretty. It's not, doesn't feel domestic. It feels sort of like out there on wild and about to go on a hunt. It feels exciting.
Thank you, Mike. Lizzie? Yeah, please go for it.
I scored this 76, but I'm going to come up because when I first went up there, I looked at the dog on the right and I thought, well, he owns that space. Not too sure what the other two, they're kind of looking away a little bit and looking not as alert and thing. And then, after listening to Tony, it's just, well, actually, he actually does own that space. He's pushing that dog, like he's pushing him out of the way and saying it's all about, this is my pack, but it's, I'm the leader and it's all about me. So, yeah, I'll come up.
Thank you, Lizzie. Back to you, I think, Tony.
Yeah, so it sort of reminds me, with the colour tones, it sort of reminds me of a Wes Anderson movie, that sort of crazy overdone or, extreme one way or the other, and I either desaturated or saturated, but, I find the saturation sort of works, the rough symmetry there. But yeah, I'm not asking for much more of a high score from you guys. You're pretty close, but yeah, if you can come up into silver, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. If you could rescore, please. We'll make our minds up. And we have made our minds up. We've got an 81 silver. Well done. Next print, please. I'm okay. I might go and get some water. What are you doing? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Do you want to go for a little while?
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah. Give us a little bit of a break. I'll go to the toilet and get some water. I'm not quite sure why I haven't got water. Coffee was more important.
Do you want me to get someone to come in and assist and then you can go over and just chair for a bit?
Yeah. Do you happy to chair?
Yeah.
I wanted to see the pose of the subject. I wanted to see the pose of the subject as brave as the whole presentation as concept. This is for me really stunning. I wanted to see more brave.
Excellent comments. I'm really glad we're having a conversation about this. Totally agree. I feel like that's the one bit that doesn't belong as much, and I would have gone higher.
Okay, we've got an initial score of 83, but we've got two people in a higher score range, so it's open to you. Lizzie
I
to
scored
take up
this
the
in
challenge.
88. The storyline, the ladder is the symbol of bad luck. Standing under the ladder, it's bad luck. This cat, although I'm sure it's very much loved, I'm sure just wants to bring as much bad luck to its family as possible. Maybe it knocks everything off the countertops, or scratches up the furniture, and what a wonderful way to really show this cat's personality. And I really enjoyed it starting. It was almost, it played a trick on us. Started to go up the ladder like Mr. Perfect was going to sit at the top, and he was like, nah, psych, I'm not. That's not me. And yeah, it really made me giggle actually. So yeah, I really would like to see it be awarded in the Silver Distinction range.
Thank you, Lizzie. Mike, let's hear from you, please.
Yeah, I gave this a bronze award. Gave this a bronze award at 77, but doesn't mean I don't like it. But I did feel it was more about the ladder than the cat, just because of the size of the cat within the frame. And I didn't get a lot of personality from the cat until really the last frame, where I can actually see its face. So I sort of felt I wasn't getting enough of the cat and more of the ladder. So that's why I stayed in bronze.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else in support? No? Okay. Tony.
I'm supporting it
Tony.
in silver with distinction. I'm on 87. Excuse me. I suppose it is about the ladder, really, about a cat climbing all over it. I can just imagine being the photographer here and how many frames they've actually taken to do this. Yeah, extremely patient, but as far as design goes, I think it's quite beautiful. Presentation's fabulous. Great body language from the cat, and just those little soft touches of its darkness in its fur, balancing with the ladder. I don't feel the ladder's too dominating, but it's just a nice little flow series that works quite well.
Thank you, Tony. Lizzie, I'd like to sum up,
I think
please.
that cat knew exactly what it was doing, and I reckon it took 5 frames because it came in, it teased us, and then completely walked away, probably not wanting to get its photo taken ever again. So, yeah, and the ladder, the ladder is static. The cat is moving. That's the focal point.
Thank you, guys. Let's rescore it, please. Oh, some good debate there. That's a silver distinction for that photographer. Good debate. Well done. And can we have a blank screen, please? I'm sorry. The score is 85. Silver distinction. Accept that. Just a blank screen for a moment. I'm just going to take a short break and hand you over to Olivia.
Next print, please. Next print, please. Who do you want to take on? This is the order, right? Yes, I know. I'm going to speed it up. I just got something up. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. We will accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have a comment from Lizzie? Thank you.
I just want to congratulate the photographer for giving something to the person that owned the dog. Maybe it's their dog, but putting something that they can really put on the wall and showcase as a piece of a statement piece in the home. But then giving someone the little Easter egg of it's a beautiful landscape picture. You look up and then some walk past it. Oh, that's their dog. Yeah, so well done to the photographer for that.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a wee judge switch around. So, Kirsten, can you hop off, please? And we will bring Craig back in, please. Thank you, Belinda. You've been amazing. Kirsten, sorry, you've been amazing. I'm going to get you guys mixed up all the time. Next print, please. Just there. Just while the judges are having a look at this print, we are currently in the animal category, which is the first year that we've had this category, which is really exciting. The animal category is photographs that celebrate the beauty and diversity of farmed and domesticated animals. Humans are not permitted. Images of wild animals are excluded from this category. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Craig threw his hand up first, so I'm going to hand it over to Craig.
So I've given this a 98. This is it's a presentation that we see often, but we have never seen it in this way before. The interactions between the puppy growing up into the adult dog is absolutely beautiful. Learning to go wheeze, catching balls, playing, and then it's bookended so beautifully by that perfect pose with the toy, and then the big dog perfectly posed with a bigger toy. And then you've got all the colour harmony and the teal and the orange. And even in the newspaper, the toning in the newspaper has been made to be toned in that teal there at the back of the... So the attention to detail is stunning. And yeah, this is easily a gold with distinction.
Thank you, Craig. And we'll hear from someone on the other end. Tony, can you please speak for us?
I gave it an 82. Obviously, I'm well off the mark. I'm not used to awarding something urinating a really high score. I'm listening. I couldn't give it a gold with distinction, to be honest. I sort of find the balance of it a little bit off. The storytelling, I think, is fantastic. I'll come up into either a high silver with distinction or early gold, but I'm sorry, I cannot award something at that high level.
Thank you, Tony. Mike, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I gave this 85. I'm happy to go up. But I was actually distracted by the teal colour because I found I kept on looking at that colour as opposed to looking at the dogs, and so I was a bit visually confused by the highlighting of the pet as opposed to the dog. And that's what kept me out of gold, really.
Thank you, Mike. Judges, have we got... Oh, Mandarin, sorry.
This image is extraordinary, and I think I was probably harsh at 94. I feel like I need to address some of these points as well. First of all, I feel like it is perfectly balanced. That ball is over at the 2/3 point, and so it flows along beautifully as a allegorical story of this dog becoming older. The fact that it's teal is the pop of colour that gives you the clues. The photographer is very, very, very smart with doggy psychology, because having 2 dogs myself, I know how fascinated they are at looking at another dog pooping. So the fact that that 4th image is watching what's going to come out is genius. Besides all the technical brilliance, I'm going up.
Thank you, Mandarin. Have we got anything else to add, or are we going back to Craig?
Yeah, I'm on 90, and I'd love to come up. It's such a wonderful narrative of, you know, I look at the little puppy and I look at he's older, and he's a good boy. But in between there, he has really tested people. He has been a mischief. And each stage, he's been a mischief, but at the end of the day, he was a good boy and always will be a good boy. And I love the little stage, you know, you've got the shoe eating stage, the toilet training stage, I think maybe the poop eating stage, and we all know dogs do that, and then the playing with their ball stage, and I think the teal of that ball with the toys, you know, it does add to that mischievous ball playing stage and bringing back the growth of even the toy from the puppy stage to the adult stage. And it just really all ties in absolutely beautifully. The handling of the print, the lighting, perfect.
Thank you, Lizzie. Craig, back to you.
Awesome. Well, I don't know if I can sum it up any better, but yeah, the complementary colour harmony of teal and orange, Mike, I think really helps the image to have a little bit more to it for us to look at, because those elements of the toys and the ball and the newspaper, they are important elements in this story. So that's a really nice piece of storytelling for me, as well as that complementary colour harmony. Obviously, this has been put together really beautifully and printed really well, but even in the background, like the tonal consistency in putting this together is perfect. There's no background discrepancies. The shadows are all where they should be. It's really stunning, and it really deserves a gold with distinction.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, please rescore. And you did it. We've got a score of 95, gold distinction. Congratulations. Thank you. Judges, you guys are all doing a really great job, but just to let you know, we're running quite behind time, so please keep your comments concise, and that will hopefully bring us back up to speed. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80, a silver award, and we will accept... Oh, no, we've got a challenge from Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, I give this 85. I actually thought it was done very, very well. I sort of felt like the dog was a personification of these fluffy plants that it's sitting amongst, and I found it's an appropriate environment. Also, just the fluffiness of the dog against that soft background. It just felt there was a harmony that I felt was just superior, and I really just liked the way that the dog's been fluffed up as well. It's not just sitting there; it's been put there and it's been beautifully lit. But then I don't know much about dogs, so I'm just going on that.
Thank you, Mike. Lizzie, can we hear from you, please?
Thanks for putting out the fluffiness of the surroundings with the dog. I think it's just the composition and the crop. But I guess now that you've explained about how that, what the background ties in with the dog, it does actually explain why that negative space. So I really just wanted more engagement of the dog, a little bit more alertness, a little bit more energy to really draw me into that pace. But yeah, I'll come up a little bit.
Thank you, Lizzie. And can we hear from Craig, please?
Yeah, sure. I gave this 82. I loved it for those reasons too, Mike. I love the softness. I love the tonality. I do find that little bit of plant on the right-hand side that sticks up a little bit of a distraction. But I'm willing to forgive that. And yeah, I think I can definitely come up with a few more points.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, do we have anything else to add? Otherwise, we'll hand it back to Mike.
Thanks. The plant that's up on the right-hand side is the perfect balance to the dog on the left. If it wasn't there, there wouldn't be that visual balance. The placement of the dog against the different tone on the background is perfectly placed. So I actually see all the decisions that have been made about the environment within which the dog sits as being absolutely appropriate and perfect. So, but 85 for me.
Thank you, Mike. Judges, please rescore. Mike, can you just pop your score in again, please? Thank you. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Next print, please. Just while the judges are having a look at this image, if you are in Christchurch and you're watching the judging, there is a award for judging excellence called the Ian Poole Award, which is announced on the gala dinner night. If you would like to vote for your favourite judge, you can do this at the NZIPP desk. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. We will accept that, thank you. And can we have a comment from Tony, please? Have you got something there?
What an evil-looking beast. I quite enjoy the harsh lighting on this. When you're looking at something symmetrical like that, it would be great to have the face turned around a wee bit more, so you've got those lines. And just watch, that brightness above the cat as well.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please. And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. We will accept that. Thank you. Can we have a comment from Craig? Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice colour palette, and I think the funny enough, it's purple. The dog's expression is really nice. I think to improve it, the framing is a little bit off. You want a little bit more space at the bottom and a little less space above. And I'd probably like to see a little bit more focus on the nose in a situation where you can control your lighting and depth of field a bit more.
Thank you, Craig. I'm sure they will appreciate that feedback. Can we have a blank screen, please? Just going to do a quick judge swap around. Thank you very much, Craig, for your feedback. And can we bring Jackie back on, please? Thank you. Just give Jackie a moment to log in. Next print, please.
Just for me, car didn't leave the shed.
Yeah, I scored this 76, and it does have immediate impact. Where I struggled was the bulkiness throughout, which definitely suffered from the slope. And then that shadow on the left-hand side is really just not going to be.
Just while the judges are having a look at this image, just a reminder that we are in the animal category, proudly sponsored by Lumix. If you're in Christchurch over this week, please be sure to visit Andrew and his team at the Lumix stand while you are here and check out their amazing lineup of camera equipment. Thank you, Lumix, for supporting us. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Oh, and we've got a challenge from Jackie. Go for it.
I scored at 86. This dog has become a sculptural form that is so strong and poised. I know we're seeing the buttresses of its neck holding up that head, but it makes it into a building. It's monumental in some sort of way, and I think there's a perfect balance to that negative space, to what's been deliberately lit. It's something unusual, and I went into the silver distinction range.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we hear from Mike, please, on the other end?
That was exactly the same thing that Jackie's just mentioned that was my distraction. I gave it 77, which is a bronze award, and I just felt that the highlight on the neck was just too strong, and I really wanted to see the face of the dog more, so that's why I kept it where I am.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Mandarin, you're waving your hand at me.
And for anyone sitting here, we were just making sure that although white spots were dust on the print, there could be some images with the image handling in the folio, in the cases as well. I gave it 81, a silver. I actually adore the handling of the light. Personally, the reflector that's actually brought just enough detail in the cheek of the dog is really well handled. I wasn't sure about the cropping. I was wondering if it needed to be cropped in a little bit more so that I had more of the dog and less of the background. But overall, it's really well printed.
Thank you, Mandarin. Have we got any more to add before we hand back to Jackie? Away you go, Jackie.
Yeah, there's just that beautiful separation of the back of the head of the dog that's been really carefully crafted, not pushed too far. It is a lighting, Mandarin. You've said a lot of good things about this. That hot spot on the neck, possibly it could have been pulled down a little bit darker, and it would have made a solid silver distinction. But I really feel it's been very well crafted.
Thank you, Jackie. Judges, please rescore. Well done to the photographer. We've got an 85, silver distinction. Great discussion. Next print, please. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Judges were all in cooey of each other. Mike, can we hear from you? Thanks.
I actually think that if the foreground had had a bit more detail in it, I would have gone even higher, because that foreground would have then drawn our eye into this mysterious dog in the forest. Yeah, it could have gone higher.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award, which we will take to review.
You could actually
Mike, Mike, sorry, you can challenge it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Mike.
79 is not a good score, you know.
No, that's not a good score. Way you go, Mike.
Okay. Look, I find this inventive. I find it creative. I love the dribble. In fact, the dribble's my favourite part of the whole picture. But the image really is the cat. It's the intrigue of the cat with the dangly thing, and also just the fact that the dog's totally ignoring the cat, and the cat's totally ignoring the dog. I find that whole thing, that whole story, really fascinating, visually fascinating. I would have liked a stronger crop to the right, from the right. But overall, I think it's just worth a silver, if nothing else.
Thank you, Mike. Lizzie, can we hear from you, please?
I hear with the narrative there, Mike, but unfortunately what really only just scratched it into the 75 for me for the bronze was because of that narrative, but unfortunately the handling of the compositing just wasn't there for me. The squiggly background line, these blowing out highlights on the cat's chest, the toy through the dog's mouth is lacking like the shadow, which it just kind of looks plonked in there rather than it had been in there, and the overhandling of the drill. So I'm definitely rewarding for the narrative and the creativity, but I can't go any higher than that.
Thank you, Lizzie. Judges, have we got anything else to add to that? Otherwise, we'll hand it back. Mike, all yours.
Yeah, I'll accept the knowledge that's been passed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Judges, please rescore. Mike, can you just pop your score back in, please? No, you just need to enter it in. Thank you. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer.
I just tried to modify my score according to the knowledge that was given to me to be in harmony with the panel, and it wouldn't let me.
No, because you were the challenger.
Yeah.
So you have to put the same as what I
I'll
understood.
take it down.
But I think the other
That wasn't you.
No, wouldn't let me.
Wouldn't let you. It is what it is.
I was just playing the team game.
Next print, please. No, I didn't. Oh. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. We have a challenge coming from Tony.
I scored at 88. I scored it at 88 because I like the round shape of 88 against the shape of the ball. I think this is fantastic. I think the little storytelling here really works. From that side eye in the first shot to I've nearly got it, and then I am immensely proud of myself. I've been a really good dog at the end. I think it's very quirky. I think the finishing on it is fantastic, quite masterfully handled, and I just think it's a really nice little simple story. And who can argue with black and red? It's beautiful.
Thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Jackie on the other end?
I was on 77, listening. I like the first one and the last frame, but I don't particularly like that contortion of the second one. But I understand. I'm hearing your story, Tony. Yeah, it's black and red and white, and I'm listening. But yeah, just the emotion. It looked a bit contrived, I guess, But I do love that portrait on the right.
Thank you. And Mandarin, you're watching me. Go for it.
I think this is such a fun triptych of images. I love the little shapes in the central dog's tongue. It's quite fascinating. I think it's been masterfully done. The expressions are spot on. One thing that I would implore the photographer to look at when they're doing a triptych like this, where you've got a progression in the story, is to be very careful with the attention to detail, because in that central dog, the fur on the bottom of the dog is kind of poking out, whereas assuming that ball is like a millisecond later caught in the mouth of the dog, I can't seem to see the same sort of messiness in the fur. So that I was on 83 as silver. I'm listening to all sides.
Thank you. Judges, have we got anything else to add? Oh, yeah, Lizzie, where you go?
I scored this in 87. I'm actually feeling a little bit stingy, to be honest. The hair's sticking out in the middle because he's in movement. He's moving to grab the ball. When dogs get excited, their hair sticks out. Their hackles come up, but in a good way. I absolutely envision the personality of this dog through its eyes. you know, it's been showing the ball, and it's all excited. It's like, oh no, I don't want to play, I don't want to play, I don't want to play. And then it's thrown, it's just going chomp, grabbed it, and it's got it in its mouth, and it's looking at us, and it's just like, yeah, see, teased you, got it. You're never getting it back. So that, to me, is just the personality of this dog. It has showed me, in the most exquisite way, I love the red. I love the red with the tongue. And because the tongue is played part of it, you know, it's out, it's happy, it's chomping down on the ball, and then we've got the ball in the mouth. So yeah, I mean, I'm feeling stingy at 87, and you know, maybe I can talk you guys up.
Thank you, Lizzie. And Tony, bring it home.
The Jackie, I guess the middle shot, I think the eye of the dog in that shot is fantastic. It's like, it's coming, That's what I see. I think it's fantastic. And then just what Lizzie said, really. Let's get it up there, guys.
Thanks, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 88, a silver distinction. Congratulations.
Yeah, let's have a look at it for the next one.
Next one.
Well, we've got Kirsten off, we've got Belinda off, and Craig's off, so just leave it as it is.
Next print, please.
We could put Catherine back on.
And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. We will accept that. And can we have a comment from anyone? Mike, please.
I found the silhouette, I guess, because it's against the brightest part of the background. There's no detail in that area in the background or the foreground, so it's just a little bit too contrasty to give us detail to make it enjoy it more.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a judge swap around. Mandarin, thank you very much for your time. We'll let you hop off for a break. And Catherine, can we get you to hop back on for us, please? Catherine Cadillac coming on. How are the rest of you feeling, judges? You guys all right? Yeah. You're finding it hard? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's give Catherine a moment. You're all good? Excellent. Next print, please. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Judges were all within cooee of each other. Can we have a comment from Tony, please?
A beautiful, quiet little moment. Just what's your background highlights against such a dark dog? It's sort of pulling you back there instead of staying where you should.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please. Just for the viewers at home, the prints are at the front of the screen and the judges are all taking their time to dance around each other and have a really good look at the image before coming back to their computers to enter their scores. So that's just what the quiet moment is while we wait for them to all have a good look.
Lucky in my job.
So those three little light cones from the
Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 83, a silver award. And we will accept that. Oh no, we've got a challenge. Yep. Oh, who's fighting for it? Catherine? Yep, Catherine, go for it.
I gave this an 88. Excuse me. I'm absolutely getting Vogue photo shoot here. Perfection, really. Proud mum, gorgeous, gorgeous family, groomed within an inch of their lives. Heaps of personality as you go around there. The two little ones leaning in at the top there on the second in from the right. Third in from the right, maybe the little troublemaker just sort of just about to jump off the stool, but still behaved. And then that angled dog giving the wee Vogue pose over the shoulder there is really working. And then that line is also just reflected in the tail of the mum. Beautifully printed, beautifully presented, simple, and yeah, I think there's just so much control here that I would really like to see this rewarded with the silver distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Tony, you feeling it slightly differently? We'll hear from you, please.
Yeah, I'm on 78. I'll come up into low silver. Before Catherine said that, I thought of some weird fashion shoot. So obviously, I've missed the mark. I'll be coming up. I don't think I could get up into silver distinction. I'm not quite there, but I will listen and I'll score accordingly after I've heard a few more voices.
Judges, we got anything else to you, Jackie? Were you leaning forward? Go for it.
I think I was on 83, something like that. I guess I didn't go up higher because I just felt there was a lot of repetition in the same expressions on all those little dogs, particularly on the left-hand side. Catherine, you've seen something that I haven't. There was a bit of a sense of not being a real moment. It has to have been put together, and maybe there could have been more dynamic and more differences to give me interest.
Thank you, Jackie. If there's nothing more to add, we'll hand it back to Catherine.
I think this has been very, very put together, and that's kind of the point of it. I think the photographer's done a magnificent job of doing that, and my eye travels really well around this. I think I'd be very, very proud of this wee glam photo shoot myself if I was a fashion dog photographer. Happy with my 88.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have scored an 84 silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And we will accept that, thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. And Catherine, you give a comment, please.
It's a really beautiful little set of images here, lovely presentation. I feel that this could have been elevated as a series with a stronger final image. I don't feel that last image is, the dogs just don't stand out as much as the first two. It's kind of falling away at the end there a wee bit.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, okay.
Can we have a blank screen for a moment? Sorry guys, we're just going to do a quick judge shift around.
Sorry, hang on a second. So we can bring back.
We've got quite a few exclusions on this one, so we're just trying to dance around them all.
So we're going to make up Lizzie.
So Lizzie, we'll give you a break.
And who are we bringing back though? Mandarin. Craig.
And Craig, can you hop on for us, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment, please, from Jackie? Thank you.
Yes, I think it could have gone into a higher score if the left and the right, that goes into a really sort of dark blacks that don't really enhance, and there's no actual catch eye, but a lovely pose.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. For those of us that are in Christchurch, please make sure that you pop through to our trade stands. All our sponsors have got some new whiz-bangy goodies for us to have a look at and have a play around with. So, yeah, do make sure that you go and support them and have a chat to them all. They're waiting for us. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. And we have a challenge coming through from Jackie. There you go.
Yeah, I give it an 86, so just it's a punched right in there for me. I just thought it perfect setup and lighting. Love the expression, and maybe you guys have seen lots of this, and I'm happy to take that on board. But for me, I'm impressed, and it got me 86.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we hear from Craig, please, on the other end?
Yeah, so I scored it 74. I thought what kept it out of awards range for me was just really the angle. If that was shot at a lower angle, you wouldn't see the floor of the studio at the bottom of the image, and you'd have got that frame a little bit closer to the dog's head. So that framing in the middle is really lovely, and I just wanted it to be framed a little bit better. I am happy to come up. I do think that tonally and everything, it's beautiful, and the edit has been really nicely crafted. So I'm happy to come up to awards range. I'm not quite sure if I'm in silver though.
Thank you, Craig. Mike, your turn.
Yeah, I gave this 86. Obviously, this isn't what I do, but what I'm looking at is a great separation from a dog that has a pose that I feel it's appropriate to the dog breed. That sort of powerful sortofness. The separation and the control of that within the environment. You say you can see the floor of the studio. I sort of feel like it's a palace because of the props that are there. It feels royal, it feels special, and I think everything's come together really nicely. The lighting is great. I can't not give it an award, basically. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Mike. And Tony, I saw your hand. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm giving it an award. I'm giving it a bronze. I feel all the elements are there, but to be honest, it just feels like the elements have just been put there and the dog photographed, and then no finesse added. I find what it's sitting on, I find it overlit and overpowering. It needed to be toned down. If this is some vintage place in royalty, soften the lighting, give it some atmosphere. But to me, it's lots of great elements there, but no polish and finesse to finish it off.
Thanks,
So
Tony. Thanks,
I'm on
Tony.
bronze.
Thank you, Tony. Catherine, did you have anything new to add?
Just quickly, I'm on a 78, so high bronze, but I'm a little bit troubled by the lack of symmetry because I feel that the photographer has set this up and gone to quite a lot of trouble to create this beautiful little story about this regal dog and hasn't moved their position. And I might be putting a bit much weight on that, but it's really irritating me. I want to straighten the picture.
Thank you, Catherine. Back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, I take all of that on board. I quite like seeing on top of that chair because that gives me all his stance and the strength of those arms seem to give strength to the dog. And there's something called wabi-sabi, which is the imperfections of life and things is what brings a reality to it. So if everything was perfect, it wouldn't be perfect when we're not perfect. So I was happy to I love its imperfections.
Thank you, Jackie. Judges, please rescore. And we have remained on the score of 80, Silver Award. Congratulations. Next print, please. We have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. And we have a challenge from Catherine.
I want to challenge this because I gave it 94 and I kind of wish I had gone into the gold distinction range here. What a mental little character. It's a mop and it's a rock star in the second shot, and then it's just chaos, and then it's enthusiastic, and then it's another little sort of explosion. And we have the fur then falling down in stages, and then it's just this little plop at the end. I love how you can barely make out its eyes in that second to last frame, maybe in the centre frame, but the rest of it, there's just no eyes here. It's just this crazy little, I can barely fault it. The only little quibble is in the third frame, maybe the paws are dropped a little bit close to the bottom of the frame. I mean, that's just the storytelling here. That's such a minor thing. The storytelling is wonderful. It's humorous, beautifully presented, and I would love to get this into gold distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Tony, can we hear from you, please? Oh, no, he said no. That was very firm. Mike, how about yourself?
Yeah, I thought there was I looked at it and wondered if it was a dog until the last frame, and then I realised it was a dog, and it became amazing. I'm happy to go to gold. I gave it 87, but that was because I was scared.
Thank you, Mike. You don't need to be scared. And Craig, or has anyone got anything else to add, or anything new? Craig?
I don't have a lot to add to what Catherine said, but I will just say, dance like no one's watching. I scored at 91. I'll come up into distinction range.
Thank you, Craig. Catherine, all yours.
Okay, we haven't heard a single negative thing here. Love that quote. Thank you very much to you, Craig. Let's bring it home.
Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 95, gold distinction. Congratulations. Well done, judges. That's fantastic. We're going. Next print, please. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And we have a challenge from Catherine.
I don't think we can, well, we've got to look at this anyway. 79. I gave this an 83. I think this photographer has chosen to give us a little piece of art here, a very graphic image, lots of personality, lovely lighting, and they've put a lot of thought into both the styling and the colours with the birds in the background there. So not asking for much, just get it over the line into a silver, guys.
Thank you, Catherine. Tony, go for it this time.
Yeah, I was on 75, so if this goes around to 79 or 80, I'm going to stay with 79 because I think all the elements are here. It's like the photographer, and the tonal range and everything's beautiful, but you've got all that symmetry happening, and I think you've chosen your props for the symmetry, but yet you've got the table twisted around and you're missing that symmetrical line of the table following up through to the cat, through to the crown. So I sort of think, I feel like twisting everything around. So to me, I find it hard to get that into silver because of that lack of finishing on something that was easily fixed, in my mind.
Thank you, Tony. Mike, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I gave this 83. I actually feel as if that turn of the table is part of what brings the cat back into where he's looking. So that's the balance for me, which is really crazy because you're right, it's lacking symmetry. But it feels like that whole cat has moved back into where it's looking, which feels appropriate. I do have a problem with the background being too close to the back of the cat and too much in focus, but apart from that, 83 feels like a really appropriate score.
Thank you, Mike. Have we got anything else to add, judges? Handing it back to Catherine, please. Bring it home.
Yeah, I feel like both the cat and the table are slightly turned not only to where the cat is looking, but also towards the light there, so that's not bothering me. I did notice the closeness of that background and ended up deciding that this was a conscious choice by the photographer to create the graphic image that I talked about before. They're bringing that in as a graphic element, and so it does need to be quite strong. So yeah, 83.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a 79, which means we're going into a review. So I'm just going to click that one there. Judges, please rescore. Should have Jack. Oh, yeah, there we go. And we have remained on a 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just doing some judge swaps around.
Right, take Mike off and put Richard.
So, Mike, you can hop off now, please. Richard has very kindly jumped in. Thank you, Richard.
And Rebecca.
And Craig, thank you very much for your time, Craig. You can hop off. Yes. And Rebecca Kempton, can you please hop on? Thank you, Craig. Just give the judges a moment to log in, and I'll just accept that one there. You've got Lizzie back. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. We will accept that. And can we have a comment from... Oh, Richard, can you provide a comment, please?
A really good moment in time, and I thoroughly enjoyed the attitude on the dog. It's quite cinematic with the leaves falling down there, and almost like the soldier salute with the angles. Possibly a little bit bright in the white, but forgivable.
Thank you, Richard. Next print, please. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. And we will have a, oh, did I see a hand somewhere? Challenge from Catherine, was it? Sorry. We'll take a challenge from Catherine.
I gave this 82 because I wanted to award the photographer for, presenting us with something quite different, I think. There's a lot of mood in this and a sense of story that I'm not necessarily getting yet, but, I think there is that suggestion of a narrative here. This dog could be out hunting, or sort of talking about the dog's wilder side. I think it's beautifully placed in the frame, and it absolutely leaps at you as the main subject of this photograph. So and also lovely printing, so I would like to see it get over the line into a silver.
Thank you, Catherine. I'll just go to the other end. Tony, can you're down the other end?
Yeah, I was on 78. I'll come over into early silver. I think it there's not really much of a story there for me, but I think it's got mood and atmosphere really, and I'll come up and reward it for that alone.
Thank you, Tony. Judges, was that Richard you want to know? Okay, anything new to add? Otherwise, we'll hand it back to Catherine.
Sorry, I
Sorry,
just,
Jackie.
as an educational point of view, I find that the dog is lit too hard compared to the landscape that it's walking through, and that's giving it an unreality. I'm seeing a lot of the forest floor, and that's taking away from the mood for me. But I think it had so much potential, but I just think it's been overworked a little bit in the lighting, and making that contrast of that front leg and the...
Thank you, Jackie. Did you say what your score was?
Oh, sorry, I scored at 78.
Thank you. And Catherine, we'll hear back from you, please.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying there, Jackie, but, we're only talking a low silver, and I think those, the photographer you could see the dog as overlit, or you could see that as popping out and standing out as your subject. I'm just asking for a low silver here because I think this photographer has come up with something really original, and it would be great to see that rewarded.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And you've done a score of 81, silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please.
The ruggedness of the sky is actually helps accentuate that ruggedness and isolation and move on the actual landscape itself. But the composition has been cleverly done with creating that beautiful curve around the rocks and around the front. What I also saw in that image were a couple of fishing poles. And they were just so beautiful there. I couldn't see any people, but the fishing poles were there, and that was what helped lift it for me, because I felt, we've got this rugged coastline, but you still have people that are actually going there to enjoy it.
We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment from Richard? Were you looking at me? No? Someone? Yeah, way you go, Richard. Thank you.
I appreciated the matchup of tones, of this pure white dog against that misty environment, and that was very well done. Possibly a little heavy at the bottom, but overall it was just the matching was what really got me.
Thank you, Richard. Next print, please. And we have a score of 70, a professional standard. Can we have a comment from someone? Tony, please.
Great stance. Just watch your lighting is very harsh and unflattering.
Thank you, Tony. Next print, please.
Next one. Thanks.
Yeah. And we have a score of 82, a silver award, and we are going to hear straight away from Tony with a challenge.
I scored this 92.
Some shock in the crowd.
Sorry. I can just feel a young child walking around the house with its quiet little mouse hidden in her hair, playing in her room, and nobody knows. But yeah, I just feel a real intimate relationship with this child and this beautiful little mouse. Then you go over to the image itself and just see those beautiful soft lines of that hair rolling down and the shape against the mouse, that little ear sticking up, and just that waterfall effect and that just little face quiet in there. I think this is beautiful work and well thought out, and just quite different in this category. It's real, and I think it's beautiful, and I've seen nothing else like this in this room, in this category. So it's gold for me.
Thank you, Tony. We've got a few down the other end. Catherine, are you able to bring something else to this?
I gave this a 78, and I do think I've been mean. I was distracted by that little black triangle at the top left, but then it is actually beautifully balanced by the one at the bottom right. I love the fact that this little rat, mouse, whatever, big rat, has its eyes closed. You know, it just looks so cosy in there. I think this is very original. To be honest, I was feeling a little bit confused by the fact that this is clearly human hair, and it's, yeah, not, I thought humans were not allowed in the category. However, this has been vetted by Honours, so, and this has been accepted and is being shown to us. I think it is beautifully composed, the positioning of the animal, and yeah, I'll definitely be coming up.
Thank you, Catherine. I've got Rebecca waving her hand. Go for it.
Yeah, hi, I'm, excuse me, I'm on 85, gold, saw this distinction, but I'm coming up to gold. I'm going to be sitting at probably 92. There is an absolute, this mouse is content, and this is the mouse's environment and where it is most happy and at peace. And this is, yeah, so the human hair thing, this is where it's most happy. Look at it. It's just absolutely the happiest little mouse you've ever seen. The graphic nature of this always, you know, as well, just pulls me in. It's very fibrous, but is soft at the same time. I'm totally coming up to gold.
Thank you, Rebecca. Has anyone else got? Jackie, you go for it.
Just one point. I was on 78 as well. What distracted me was the out of focus bottom right-hand corner, that the texture of, we'll call it hair, because we know it's hair, but if that had been in focus, I think I would have been there with you. That was my problem.
Thank you, Jackie. Are we going back to Catherine? Oh, sorry, Tony. Tony, you've got the right of reply.
Okay, so I need to work on one judge here to get 3 on board. So, not everybody likes little rodents, Catherine Katanag. Some discussions we've had very recently. So, you might be going to be blackmailed here soon. But yeah, just joking aside, I think it's just exceptional work. That dropping out of focus in the bottom right doesn't bother me. It's not the business end of the image for me. I think the lines still flow nicely, but I think it's about what you can't see as well, and that's what really gives it a different level of feel for me. And maybe I've had kids of my own and they've walked around and had this little mouse popping out in all sorts of places, so that gives me that feeling of nostalgia. But I can feel the warmth of it, crawling around the neck, if that is human hair. Yeah, so it would be great if at least one could come up and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Judges, please rescore.
Oh, that room's so loud.
And you did it. We've got a 90, a gold award. Congratulations. It was a wonderful discussion. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to change some judges around. So can Jackie, you can hop off, please. Thank you very much for your time. And can we bring Lizzie back in to replace Jackie? Just give Lizzie a moment to get herself back on deck. Next print, please. One more. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. We'll accept that. Thank you. And can we have a comment from Catherine? Thank you.
I haven't seen this presentation before. Congratulations to the photographer for the originality of this shot. I feel like you're just giving us the essence of dogness, really. In terms of lifting it, the highlight just above the dog is a bit of an issue, and the colour palette is all quite a bit murky, but yeah, well done on the originality and your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. And
Who's on 90? Putting a hand up.
so we will accept that. And can we have a comment from anyone putting their hand up, please? Yeah, Lizzie, thank you.
It's such an exquisite storyline. It really has it all. It has the drama, has the emotion, and I think absolutely the thing that put it into, I scored a 94 for me, and it's so deserving of the gold, was the look on that face in the fourth image, and then and then the brown eye at the back just saying screw you all.
Thank you, Lizzie. That's wonderful. Next image, please. Next image, please. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. We will accept that, thank you. Oh, no, sorry. And Lizzie, we've got a challenge as she's banging the microphone. Thank you.
Gosh, I'm so captivated by that cat's expression. It really commands the image. That cat has its place in the mountain because it thinks it's a mountain lion. And yeah, it's just that subtleness of explaining that, but then it's also really soft with the palette and stuff. So it is just a house feline, but the placement of it and that. So it's really captivating. So that's why I put it into silver distinction.
Thank you, Lizzie. We have Richard. Were you looking at me to comment? No. Oh, sorry. Tony, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I scored at 73. So what I see is a backlit cat with no lighting on it, and I don't really get any emotional response from it. I think it's very centrally framed, awkward pose, and I don't see all the lights behind it. So I don't really see any real narrative. So that's what kept me out of an award standard. I'll come up a wee bit, but it's definitely not a high score for me.
Thank you, Tony. And Richard, I can see you. Ready to go?
I scored this an 81. I enjoyed the fact that it celebrated this cat's camouflage in its environment, and he is very central. But for me, when a subject's put centrally in a photo like that, it shows command of their environment. So he is like you say, the mountain lion, and he's that is his place. The colours all work beautifully together to demonstrate how he fits in. Everything is blended so well, and it's a really neat look at camouflage. He's the snow cat. I did. No, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Richard. Has anyone, Catherine, you'd like to speak? Go for it.
Yeah, just quickly, I gave this an 84. I'd like to speak in support of it and see it come up a couple of more points. I don't find that pose awkward at all. I think that pose is the curiosity of the cat, and that is bringing that engagement with the photographer, and just keeps taking me straight back into the eyes. I'm getting heaps of expression there. I don't need more lighting on the cat. That is just so central. It's just commanding the environment.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, we will hand back to Lizzie for a right of reply.
Yeah, I mean, the light on the landscape, I mean, if this was purely about portrait of just the cat, you wouldn't want to be distracted by that, but by drawing your eye back, looking at that light, it brings in the element, okay, why is this cat in this landscape? So you start to think about, the cat's personality and why it has that place in the mountain. Yeah, it's got that curious look. So why are you on my mountain? And yeah, it's deserving of a silver.
Thank you, Lizzie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. And just while the judges are having a look at this image, this is the animal category, which is the first year that we've run this category at the awards. This celebrates the beauty and diversity of farmed and domesticated animals. Humans are not permitted. Images of wild animals are also excluded from this category. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we please have a comment for the photographer from Catherine, please? Thank you.
This is a really powerful image of a working dog. Great angle chosen by the photographer, like lying right down in the stones there. The dramatic sky, we've got a hint of a farm there. I think for me, the bright area just above the tree line is a distraction and needed to come down a little bit. But yeah, well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And we have a challenge coming through from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 88. I think it's big, bold, a bit crass and unsophisticated. And I think that's the point. The overall feel of awkwardness from the dog to the props and everything like that, I think it's just all feeling a little bit on edge and not made for perfection. And I think that's the point, and that's why I've awarded it 88 for its imperfections and being a little bit different.
Thank you, Tony. Catherine, can we hear from you, please?
I gave this 75, so I did get into the award range. Love the concept of the dog against the spots and the lamp against the spots, but I think the unsophistication is holding me back in the sense I feel that that table that the lamp is on is fighting. My attention is going to that more than the dog, and it's a hard thing. You've got to get that lamp up against the background to carry out your concept, but it's kind of feels a bit clunky there. I think the photographers put a lot of effort into this, with the pattern on the blue carpet as well, but for me it's not quite getting up there.
Thank you, Catherine. And can we hear from Rebecca? Have you got something to add there?
Yeah, look, I was on 78, good solid bronze. I think it's really fun. I feel like I can't add too much to what more than what Catherine's saying. I almost feel that if the dog and the beautiful blue chair and the rug and the background was the portrait, and it was sort of immersed in all of that it just would have made it so much stronger. But I just keep being pulled away by the little cord of the lamp, and the silver is really metallic, and it's but it's just fun. It's super fun. But I just that's how I feel.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do we have anything else to add before we go back to Tony? Tony, take it away.
Yeah, I think the dog looks awkward on the chair. The lamp and the table look awkward against the wall. The carpet looks awkward against the background, and that's the point. And that's why I think it's something different at 88. And now I'm going to stop talking.
Thank you, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we've stayed at 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. For those of you on the live stream, you won't be able to see this, but we're very fortunate to have a couple of bendy people who are able to squat down below the print and view the image. The 5 judges are at the front of the room. Oh gosh, we just bumped our heads. No, we're good. We're upright.
Did that move? Do you think that moved? It's not so good.
And we have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we please have a comment from one of the judges? Someone? Richard, please. Thank you.
Beautiful piece of body language with both those horses, and I love the paper choice and how that those very strong textures reflect the patterns in the horse. Just a couple of little minor issues in there. There's a stray mark. It could be a brand of sorts on the back horse, and then there's a just a hair out of place. A highlighted hair on the adult horse on its forehead.
Thank you, Richard. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can I please have a comment from Tony, please? Thank you.
Great energy in printing. Bringing the sides in sort of squashes that energy and just gives the dog no room. But yeah, good work. Thank
you, Tony. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to check one of the lights. We've got a technical person coming in. One of our squatters had a mishap. We might do a judging change while we're sitting here. We've got the time. Thankfully, we've got a handy ruler that's fixing our lights for us. Tony, you can hop off if you like. And Mike... Oh.
Tony, can you go and get your lunch?
Tony, can you please get your lunch? It will be
Better.
delicious.
Yeah.
And
So-
we're
so
welcoming
more
back
choice
Mike
today.
Langford.
Hello.
Thank you, Mike. We'll just give him a chance to log in.
Well, it was worth it then, wasn't it?
Okay.
Did you bump it? Did you? Okay. I'm good. How are you? Bad? Bad?
Okay, next print, please.
Again, that's it. Long time between prints.
Says use the side keypad to enter your scores.
No,
On there,
right,
yeah.
sorry.
So delete, yeah.
We have a score of 82, a silver award. We will accept that, thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we grab a comment from someone? Thank you, Catherine.
Huge impact from this image when you first see it. Fantastic graphics, heaps of fun, really cool concept as well. For me, I think it would have been elevated with a little bit more sense of a story. The dog is clearly growing up, but then it's sort of a similar size in the second and third frames. And yeah, a wee bit more story, but yeah, beautiful work and beautifully presented.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please.
Got to think about it.
Just got one more to come in. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, a bronze award. And we have a challenge being thrown up by Rebecca.
Yeah, look, I put this at 82 in the silver range. And for me, I know it's not perfect, but for me, it's about the dogs, and I just look at the look on their faces, and for me, that's just boarded up. The middle dog is just the boss. He or she is the absolute leader of the pack, and don't mess with me. The one on the right, very curious, probably gets told off a lot, and the one on the left is just probably doing what it's told. But for me, it's quite a lot of personality. The toning of it works really well, and the stance. Sorry, I'm just peering around the corner. I've got a light there. Yeah, look, I'm an 82 and I think it is deserved of a silver. It's great connection with photographer. They know what they're doing. I understand the background there is a little bit blurry and through the head's not ideal. However, I think the rest of it really just elevates it into silver.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mike, you were keen to add to that?
I gave the 76. I think it's well deserving of a bronze. I did have a problem with the landscape line going through the centre of their heads. Found it very distracting, which has kept me down.
Thank you, Mike. Judges, do we have anything more to add? Yeah, Richard does. Yep.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from, Mike, and I was a little conflict about how I felt about that horizon in the background. I wondered if it almost celebrated the shapes and the lines of their ears as well. But I'm definitely, they're very wild-looking huskies as opposed to your more designer-looking. They probably are very designer, but they're just their their colour pattern is not something, as a past husky owner I've seen much of. But definitely for me, I was at 78, and I'm happy to come up a couple of points, but for me it was very much about their personalities and their, huskies are all very different. And for me, you've got your blue eyes on the left, you've got ice, and then in the middle you've got fire, and then it looks like Daryl on the right. But so for me, it gave me a bit of a quirk, and I'm happy to come up a little bit.
Thank you, Richard. Have we got anything else? Otherwise, we'll hand it back to Bex. Yep, away you go.
I love Daryl. Love him. Her. Brilliant. Just addressing the landscape line, I get it. I was conflicted as well, but I just took a moment and looked at the storytelling of this image, which is the dogs, and for me that was just absolutely up in the silver range, so I'd love to see it come up.
Thanks, heaps, Bex. Can we rescore, please? Well done. We have an 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please.
Okay. Now we've got a different picture, haven't we? So.
I think it's a lovely piece of work. I'm listening to see whether I can be pushed to silver. I'm following on. What Karen said, if he wants to talk through and make it extreme panoramic, a dark image stage, and then the cookie would be like, how would you use a total blur, there is one area of sharpness, and it's a little cookie over there, it feels kind of at the bottom. The spray is as close to sharp as you can get in such a motion shot. So yeah, the top half is too dry, it's confusing.
Catherine's actually been on it for a while, so just leave those two for a minute.
And we have a score of 86, a silver distinction, and we've got a challenge immediately from Rebecca.
I scored this 92. There's so much that makes me happy about this image. It's been not only expertly handled, but there's just so many beautiful textures through there. There's a connection with all of the animals for them all to be curled up, snuggled in on this couch. You just want to, you can really feel that sense of warmth with all of them, and there's quirk and there's shapes and there's texture and the lighting is beautiful. Gosh, I just think it's exquisite. I think it's beautiful and I think it's worth the gold.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can we hear from Mike on the other end there?
Yeah, I gave this a bronze award at 77. I found it visually confusing, which troubled me to go up. But, I'm listening, I guess.
Thank you. And Catherine, I just saw your hand pop out.
I gave this an 88. Thanks, Bex, for challenging it. I would love to come up to gold with you as well. This is a study in fur, and we've got the fur rugs under and over the animals as well. It's a study in relationships. This is a family portrait taken from an original angle. It absolutely has quirk. That little upside down cat, it's so vulnerable looking without the amount of fur of it, but so well protected by its little siblings. Yeah, I'm really glad that you went into gold with this, Bex, because I think it deserves it.
Thank you, Catherine. And Richard, I know you were keen to speak.
Yeah, I see these like pillows on a bedspread though. It's full of love, and it's a moment that's probably not often celebrated with pets, but a time we really do enjoy them is when they're relaxed and asleep. And it's also, as it's already been said, a celebration of textures and breeds. But on the relationship side of things, I see the two cats on the left are probably friends, the way they're formed into that yin-yang shape there. And that we'll come back to this next fella. And then we have the dog, who's probably quite often out on his own. And then we have this weird cat who has no fur. He's the weird one, he's upside down, and he needs a little bit of extra help. And it's quite clear that the owner's probably pulled that little blanket over him because, well, these things, I don't think they'd survive in the wild, to be honest, but they need that little bit extra, and there he is hanging upside down. And I think there's quite a beautiful little tale happening there, and there's a lot of personality showing through, even though these creatures are asleep. I think it's really clever.
Thank you, Richard. Lizzie, have you got something else to add?
Yeah, I scored an 87. I'd love to paint my finger gold, impress the gold, but the thing that's really holding me back is the handling of the blacks, especially around the edges. They're very dark, and yeah, if that, it's such a delicate moment, and I think if it had been handled a lot more delicately, then yeah, definitely I'd go up to gold, but it's holding me back in the silver distinction.
Thank you, Lizzie. Bex, can we get you back down? Thank you for your right of reply. Thanks.
Okay, so just addressing those blacks, we've just gone and had another look. There is actually some detail up and around those corners. For me, this isn't about the perfect blacks and whites. This is about connection, it's about family, it's a study of textures. I think it's been absolutely beautifully handled. We don't need to see what's in those corners at all. We have the relationship right there happening, and I think it should absolutely be rewarded for its craft and for the original point of view as well. Well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Judges, please rescore. And we have a 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please?
Do those?
Just going to do a couple of judge swaps. Catherine, thank you very much for your time. You can go and grab your lunch. And if you can bring it back here, that would be great. Kirsten, would you be able to jump on for a few, please? And Rebecca, thank you very much for your time. I'll just break up your wee chat there. And can we have Jackie back on, please? Thank you very much, ladies. I might
Okay, we're all set. We'll have the next print, please. Yeah, get some lunch, please. I'm going to score of 74 bronze. 74. 74 points. Lost my words. We do have the possibility of a challenge, but looks as if we're pretty well happy with that. So that's a score of 74. We'll have a just have a comment from a judge, please. Jackie, would you mind?
Yeah, to bring this up into a higher scoring, the background is very, very busy and close to the subject. Perhaps that should be unlit and softened down would have helped.
Thanks, Jackie. Next print, please. Got a score of 78 here. We do have a challenge from Lizzie.
Yeah, I'll take the challenge. I scored this in 84. I think it's exquisitely soft and ethereal, and it's just really I don't know, it just puts you in a really soft place. It's just a moment of peace. This dog, I first went in there and I thought, oh damn, the nose is a bit bright and a bit blown out. But then when you get in close, every single detail it's all there. It's sharp. It's beautiful. It's yeah. It really captivates you and draws you in. And I do believe it is worthy of a silver and not a bronze. It's something it's okay to be simple, you know, in a portrait and make you feel something a lot softer than something just going boom in your face. Like it's really just, it's heartwarming.
Thank you, Lizzie. I'll bounce back to Jackie here.
Yeah, I scored at 72. It's got everything, but it hasn't got eyes. I mean, it's got all those softnesses, but the light's coming from everywhere. I feel like it's this animal has been put into a studio and just lit, but you know, I'm not sure that what else is the photographer bringing towards it. It's decided that this is a decisive moment, or where there's expression, but all I'm seeing really is nose, and that's where I left it on 72.
Thank you, Jackie. Anybody else like to talk to this print? Looks like it's back to you, Lizzie.
Maybe this dog is old and peaceful, and it's lost the sparkle in its eye, and it's got the sparkle in its nose instead.
Okay, let's rescore it and see what it goes. Sitting on 78. And it stays on 78. That's a good strong bronze. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an immediate silver distinction here at 85, but we do have a couple of people that think quite differently. So let's take it to Lizzie.
I scored this in the gold at 92. It's something so creative, and something I've not seen before. But what really pushed it up for me is I went in there and the paper choice, the glitter, the delicate nature of the I don't know what part of that on neck, by its neck, with the curls, the half moon shapes in amongst there. They're mixed with the half moon shapes and with the shapes in its, what are they, wings? Tail. It's just so compelling. And the colours are divine. But I really beg you to go have a close look and just look at the sparkle. And it's sparkly, so it deserves gold.
Let's hear from next Richard, I guess.
Okay, so creative,
What'd you score, please?
Oh, sorry, I scored it a 76 in bronze. So creative, I feel that the paper is somewhat creative. The photo itself, I'm unsure. I felt like, when you speak of the colour, I feel like the colour is quite lacking. I found it the opposite. These are really brightly coloured birds, and I feel like it's been dulled down considerably. And when I come close, I mean, there's spectacular detail in that paper, but in the print itself, it feels like there's some crunching of the pixels, or there's not a lot of detail in the actual imagery. I think I felt it was quite lacking, and almost unsharp as such.
Thanks, Richard. Kirsten, you're right up there with Lizzie.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Richard. I think this is beautiful. I think the colour palette is stunning. The sparkle and the glitter from the blue, the paper choice is exceptional. It's like you've got all these bobbly little eyes almost looking at you, with the detail and the feathers here. I think it's just a striking image, and I scored this a 91 in gold, but I almost feel like maybe we should be looking higher than gold, and maybe going to gold with distinction. I think it's just a beautiful image, and I think it's been really creatively captured and presented by the photographer.
Thanks, Kirsten. Jackie?
I scored this 83, and I'm comfortable with where it is. I believe that photographs should. We're here to give things a right score. For me, that's where it sits, because I've had a really close study, and I believe that the bird, part of the bird in the back of the bird there has been flipped, and that's given it that symmetry, and it's taken away its reality of being a pet or a household animal, not a wild animal, because it's not real anymore. It's become a bit more about graphic art instead of telling me about the bird itself. That's why I'm not into that gold range.
Mike?
Yeah, just because we're talking about gold, I guess. I see it more graphically than I do a real thing. I see it as a design element, and there's just a little merger of one of the circles with the back of the bird that a slight shift to the left would have changed that, or changed to the right. I just feel as if it's very flat. There's no dimension to it, but it's certainly worth a silver for me.
Thank you, Mike. I think it's back to you, Lizzie, to sum up there. Thank you.
I looked at a little bit of a mutton dressed as lamb situation. It's a farm animal. It's a pet. You see that he's out in the paddock, and when they're just walking around, they're pretty plain. But this photograph of this pet is representing it in its most absolutely beautifulest way that it could possibly be, when it has its tail up. And yeah, I just think it's so wonderfully done, and it really does deserve a gold.
Thank you, Lizzie. Let's rescore this print and see where it goes. It's sitting on 85. And it's moved up a notch to 86. That's a good, strong silver distinction. Well done. And we'll have the next print, please.
Generated interest in what pushed me into silver distinction in '86, and I'd love to listen to some more about this.
So Joe's coming on. Kirsten, okay, that's cool.
I've written this in 82 silver. I'm going to come up to silver distinction, and I don't understand it, but
We've got a score of 78. There's a potential for a couple of people to challenge. Are we happy with that? We are. Okay, in that case, yes. So, Kirsten, you're going to challenge? Cool. Take it away.
I scored this in 82, so I scored it into the silver range. I just really love the tonality of the blacks in this image. You've got this beautiful dog with this inquisitive look, looking into your eyes, his open mouth expression. I think it adds a lot of character and personality to him. I think the photographer has captured it really well, and I think it's been presented really beautifully as well. So I think it is worthy of coming up a few more points and just taking it into that next range.
Thank you. Richard, can we hear from you, please?
Sure. I didn't find it much of a moment. It does have some beautiful tones through there, but I'm quite distracted by the lostness that we're finding in the blacks in the background, and everything kind of really deepens out a little bit too far and muddied for my liking. And I gave it a 74.
Thanks, Richard. Lizzie, you were up there with Kirsten. Have you got any words for us?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the comments about the dog's expression. I found it very captivating, and also, the handling of the dog itself is beautifully done. I do see that absolutely, for me, the handling of the blacks and behind was a bit too heavy-handed, but then also it does kind of balance it out as well. And from afar, it's quite compelling. Yes, when you go in, you see that different. But yeah, I scored it at 82, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Thanks, Lizzie. I think it's back to you, Kirsten, to sum up, please.
I can appreciate what Richard is saying about the blacks. Yes, perhaps they do look a little bit dark, but I feel that if those blacks in the background were lighter, that the dog would just kind of meld and blend into the background too much. And I think with that darker background, it helps give us this contrast, and you've got this feathery, white, wispy light around the head of the dog. So I think that helps it kind of stand out a bit more. I think that, just we need a few more points to get it up into the next category, and if we could do that, that would be great. I also just agree with the handling of the dog as well, as Lizzie commented. I think that's been done really well.
Thank you, Kirsten. Let's rescore this print, please. So here we go, sitting on 78 at the moment. And you've given me a 79. So it is still make your mind up time, and we'll put that into review, and you'll put in 79 or 80, please. The image stays at 79. It's good, strong bronze. Good conversation. Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? So, Kirsten, can you hop off? Thank you for your judging. And Joe Francis Moore, we welcome you to the panel. Yeah. Sorry. What am I doing? Next print. Next print, please. Of course, yeah. Thank you, judges. We've got a nice even score at 76, bronze. Thank you. We'll take a comment from Mike, please.
Yeah, a little bit more detail on the dog would have made the dog much more important.
Thank you. And next print, please. My spelling's atrocious. Thank you, judges. Once again, nice even scoring. We have a bronze at 75. So we'll let's take a comment, please. Jackie, would you like to comment on this image?
I actually think it might have gone up a little bit higher if the spots that are through that forest have been darkened down, because it's not adding to the portrait, which is this lovely dog looking up through that space.
Yep, next print, please. Not. Just a sec. Pretty even scoring there at 74, a high professional standard. Can we take a comment, please? Mike?
Yeah, just what you're burning and dodging, it's really over-lightened in between the two dogs on the left, and those sorts of things really drag the eye away from the story.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. We have a bronze at 77. Happy there? We are indeed. Take a comment then, please. Lizzie, perhaps you'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, there's definitely a really high standard of lighting control in studio practice here, deserving of the bronze. I just lacked a bit of a definitive narrative and the reasoning for the triptych.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have a blank screen? Sorry. Moment each. Yep, so what we're doing is taking Joe off, please, and we'll bring on Tony. Thank you. Lizzie, just, can you hang on one more print, Lizzie? You okay for this one? Good. Next print, please.
Yeah, sure. So Lizzie wants to go. She's gone to wash her hands. But we've got to have it. We're changing over now anyway.
I'm got a score of 74. And I think we're probably happy with that one, aren't we, judges? So we'll accept that. And comment, Tony.
Excellent finishing and paper choice. The cat sort of feels quite cropped, which sort of takes away the shape, but also just looking up, you wonder what the cat's looking at really, and so you're sort of pulled away from the main subject matter.
Thank you, Tony. We'll have a blank screen, please, because that was the last print entry. Yep. So if judges want to stand up and stretch your legs, we will change. Lizzie, why don't you take a break? And Joe Howell. We'll bring you back. We'll bring you in. Okay, that's cool. So for those at home, we are just changing over to the digital images, which involves setting up a lovely Macintosh computer monitor. While we're waiting for the changeover, to talk a little bit about what's going on in the exhibition hall. And our overall sponsors. Sony, go and see Aaron and Kevin at the Sony trade stand with your Sony kit for firmware updates and sensor cleaning for Sony cameras only, of course. They're also running a Sony Tough Card giveaway. So stop by the stand and complete a short survey to be in the draw to win that. What's going on with Canon? Go down and see Tom, Jeff, Joseph, and Ollie. Please drop into the Canon stand, and they'll check your gear and apply the latest firmware to your camera. Always a useful thing to do. CRK and Ilford. Pop down and see Gerald, Mark, and Rach. Check out the CRK charging station where you can charge your devices just next to the coffee cart, which is quite handy. They've got 20% off Ilford paper. That sounds good. or Race to the Sands to snap one up. One of the last 5, apparently. So, worth popping in there. See Ilford. Also have a look at the Ilford colour viewing lamps. And what about Nikon? Nikon stand has David, Dakota, Ken, and Adam looking after their side of things, and they're also doing firmware upgrades to the Z series cameras, of course. One other thing that Honours has asked us to mention, that if anybody would like to donate their award print to the NZIPP, please see someone from Honours at the front desk.
Lizzie's going to take the closest one because she's got a burst eardrum and she can't hear properly.
Okay.
So, Lizzie.
Sorry about the long silence. We've had a kind of a technical issue going on, which we've resolved, and we're back again, judging animal, and we're just getting the judges back in their seats. So we've got Craig Turner Bullock, got Tony Carter coming back to the panel. We've got Belinda Richards, Kirsten Howe, and Lizzie Gilmore. So welcome back, everybody. What's that? Sorry.
Tony, Kirsten, Lizzie, and Craig.
And Kirsten, I apologise to mispronouncing your surname, Huff. Kirsten Huff. So now that we've got this all sorted, we are just about to get started on our digital entry. And I haven't even got a screen on over there, have we? Why is that?
Because it's just timed out.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
So once again, we are judging the animal category. It is sponsored by Lumex. And we are just waiting for a technician to put a login into our computer screen so that we can get going. Here's the man with the password.
I pushed that button once.
Okay, we've got our first print for the digital entry section. I shouldn't call it a print, it's actually an image or a photograph. This image has achieved a score of 75 bronze. We'll accept that, and we'll take a comment, please. Who we got? Lizzie?
Yeah, really nice posing and expression from all three dogs. I think just to improve it, you probably want to have the lights a little bit higher so those catch lights are not quite so in the middle of the eyes in a couple of those dogs, and just toning down those highlights on the front of the chair there.
Thank you. That was Craig, not Lizzie, of course. Next print, please. Print scores initially scores 78 bronze. We do have a couple of people in a good challenge. Do we have a taker? Yeah, Lizzie.
I scored this in 83, and I want to reward the photographer for that the framing that really brings you in that and really captivates you with those dogs' eyes. Such a rich palette. You know, the image goes from the dark to the light. It's so captivating. But then also, these dogs, they're really quite timid dogs. And it really shows that, you know, it's used this framing to show it's almost hiding in behind. And I think that deserves to be awarded with a silver.
Thank you, Lizzie. Let's go to Kirsten, please.
I scored this 75. I think the colour palette and the contrast of the green and the browns is great. I really love that. But where I'm distracted is I'm drawn to the right bottom corner with that kind of more browner, darker, dirt or green. I think it is beautiful with the dog looking straight into the lens, but I've only scored it in the bronze range because I just find that lower half of the image quite distracting.
Thank you. Yep.
I scored this image a 77, and while I agree that like leading up to this framing is drawing you straight into those gorgeous eyes of this dog, we've got blown out highlights. We've got that right ear is like so hot, and then on the front of the nose there we've lost detail as well. I also agree with Kirsten in the fact that it's just muddy down the bottom, so my eyes then is pulled away from that gorgeous face. So that's why I was happy to keep this one at a bronze.
Tony, you were right there as well. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I realise the highlights are a bit hot. I rewarded it for its intensity, really. Just those eyes, they just really hold you in the right spot, and just how this dog was down like that. Just I just really enjoyed it for those features and gave it a silver.
Thank you, Tony. Craig.
Yeah, I love it for that intensity as well. And the thing that I think would enhance that would be a tighter crop at the top and the bottom, and maybe coming in and making it square. I am really drawn into those muddiness. But also at the top left, there's that bit of foliage coming in, which really pulls my eye up there as well. So it doesn't give me that intensity that I really want to take it into a higher award level.
Thank you, Craig. I think probably back to you now, Lizzie.
Yeah, I think that its intensity is exactly the word I was looking for. I mean, border collies, this is them. You know, they're down on the ground. They've got that intense gaze, but they're also timid. And I just think it's a great capture that has captured both those elements.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore it. Sitting on 78. And it stays on 78, which is a reasonable bronze as well. So we'll give that a little clap, and we will accept that score. And next print, please.
Yeah, I know. Well, we called bloody wrong time.
a majority score of 76. That's really even scoring. So we'll just take a comment, please. Craig, be wonderful.
Yeah, really lovely tones in this, and the composition works really well. There's a couple of things that distract my eye, especially that piece of grass coming out from the dog's eye, that really just disrupts that direction of the gaze.
Thank you for the comment, Craig. Next print, please. Next image, please. The score is 79, so we are going to have to talk about this anyway. Luckily, we have a challenge from Lizzie. Would you like taking that up for us, please?
Yeah, I scored at 82. I really enjoy that element of the movement on the dog's ears. It could have been a very static image, but it's added that little element of personality by adding that movement. Yeah, it's really captivating. I would have gone higher if maybe there'd been a little bit more space around the ears to let it breathe and let that movement go, to the side of the image. But yeah, I think it's a really good solid silver, and I'd like to see it be rewarded.
Thank you, Lizzie. Love to hear from Belinda, please.
Yeah, I scored this image a 78 and pretty happy with it there in the bronze range. It's a lovely studio portrait. The angle of the dog is a little bit awkward and our lighting is a bit bright, I guess. I would have liked to have seen that toned down, especially the brightest part being the chest of the dog, and I think I could have come up higher, but I'm pretty happy where it's sitting at the moment.
Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 80, I think. I think it's a fairly simple image, but I really enjoy the human-like nature of this dog and how it's almost like a pout and look at my hair or ears or whatever that is. And just that little solemn look. I enjoy it for its simplicity, and I think it's an early silver.
Thank you, Tony. Anybody else like to make a comment before we move back to Lizzie?
Yeah, I mean, it may be a male dog, but I see a quite a feminine aspect to it. Of like Tony said, it almost looks like it's got little pigtails and they're blowing in the wind, and that just creates that real softness. And I'm not worried about the whiteness of the chest because I think it just has a white spot on its chest, and it's not actually anything to do with the highlights and the brightness being drawn down there.
Thank you, Lizzie. Make your mind up time. And you gave it a silver. That was good. Lovely, lovely job there. Thank you so much. Let's accept that score. Next print, please. Score of 80, pretty even there too. So I think we'll accept that. Happy with that. And we'll take a comment, please. Tony? Okay, Belinda.
Yeah, what a sweet little image. I really enjoyed this image. To help elevate this to a higher level, we need to watch our highlights at the top because they're drawing my eye away from the dogs, and the blue collar on the littler dog and the littler Frenchie there is distracting as well. So just think about these things when you're posing and composing your images. Thanks.
Thank you, Belinda. Blank screen, please.
Can't do, but we're just going to do a judge change.
Yeah. Just doing a judge change here. Mike, can you step on for Craig, please? So Mike Langford for Craig Turner-Bullock. And also we'll have Catherine on for Lizzie, please. Thank you. Superb, thank you. Next print, please.
There's a lovely play on the subject shadow work, and that there's a lot of distinctness now in that spreadsheet and not adding to an aesthetic that could be achieved through this. Keep exploring that concept, you know, the play with shadows and everything. But have a good time in a picture with the creative feedback.
Print has achieved a score of 77, bronze. Happy with that? Take a comment from Mike, please.
Yeah, just be aware of your background. The air touching that little shape of the island is just a little distracting.
Thanks, Mike. Next print, please. Print score 77, bronze. And we'll take a comment, please. Tony has volunteered Catherine, apparently.
I even turned that on for you. Yeah.
Oh, what a gorgeous little soul. Absolutely adorable subject, nicely separated from the background and very soulful eyes. I found that little white patch on the chest quite distracting. It was dragging me down to the bottom of the frame. Might have burned that in a wee bit, but yeah, lovely shot.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Print scores 75, average. That's good, even scoring. Judges, we'll take a comment, please, from Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, the collar has just been accentuated, especially in the reflections. So just be very careful of those sorts of things.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 78, but there's certainly a difference of opinion here, so I'd probably like to hear from Tony.
I scored it at 87. The framing of this is superb, but that's not why I'm mainly awarding it that score. The composition and the horses, coming in from either side. The frame is just so full and so luscious, and has a real documentary sense of it. The beauty of the horse with no eye facing out towards the camera, the other horse looking around with its head perfectly framed within the water, and how your eye can just gently, there's so many elements in this. There's a lot of chaos, but there's definitely order in that, and your eye sort of just rolls through this in a real gentle, quiet way up into those hills, and you get a sense of feeling and being there. And it's just very real and honest.
Thank you, Tony. Let's hear from Belinda, please.
I knew you were coming to me next. I scored this image a 70. So, yeah, I'm quite a way away there, Tony. I actually scored at 70 for a lot of the reasons that you really enjoy the image. I find that crop right on the tip of the horse's ear and right at the bottom of its muzzle, nose, whatever you want to call it, is really kind of off-putting. I just wanted the photographer to take one step back. And yeah, then there's the fall off. Obviously, we've got depth of field there. So then the white horse that's in the background is also soft. And I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I also see like the horizon line with the not as sort of going straight on the top of the head there is a little bit distracting. But I can come up. I'm listening.
Thanks, Belinda. Catherine?
I gave this an 81. It was that tight crop on the front horse that stopped me going to silver distinction, but the longer I look at it, the less it bothers me. We do have the entire horse. It hasn't, not the entire horse, but it hasn't been actually clipped at the ears or the nose. And yeah, just what Tony said about the documentary feeling of this. I really want to reward this photographer for the beautiful layering and the originality of it. It's really quite striking and unusual. We haven't really seen this. That front horse is very tight to the frame, but it's also right in your face, and it's also missing an eye, so it's kind of spooky. That back one is perfectly sharp to me, and beautifully framed in that lake. This is a really intriguing image, and I'm going to forgive that crop and come up to silver distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. So, where are we, Catherine? Do we have anybody else to comment? No? Back to you, Tony.
Yeah. I used to be really harsh. I used to say you either put something in the frame or out of the frame. But then I realised, just because we frame something up in a way doesn't mean it wasn't there. So the way that I find this just very quirky, the one-eyed horse looking at the camera, but he can't be because he can't bloody see. I mean, but yeah, and that's really, the photographer has really emphasised that by the tight crop on its head. It's like a charge running down through that ear to that eye. So if you weren't sure of what was going on, you're drawn there compositionally. Where the eye's missing, it goes through around behind it through that waterway with a nice line that leads you around. I mean, how many shots do you see with two horses that aren't complete in a landscape? It's really not easy to achieve this, and I believe the photographer's done a great job. The texture in this image is fantastic, but the quirky story is the best.
Thank you, Tony. Let's rescore it. Sitting on 78. brought it up to a silver at 82. Good commentary there. And can we have a blank screen, please? So, Belinda, can you step up? Thank you for your wonderful judging. And Craig, can you pop back on again, please? Next print, please. We have an average of 81, which is pretty even scoring there. So we will accept that with a comment, please. Craig, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong composition. I love the flow of the mountain line and then the rock, and the dog kind of comes up in that exact point where they meet. That's really cleverly framed. I think to lift it a little bit more, the white balance is a little bit on the greenish side, and I'd probably do a little bit of darkening in the foreground and in that very far distance there on the bottom of the frame too.
Thank you, Craig. Next print, please. Probably need to get some scores locked in soon, I think. Right, well, we have an initial score of 84, but we have a couple of people that think differently, two in fact. Craig, you going to take it on? That'd be good.
Okay, well, we're almost there. I've scored 86. I do think this is deserving of a distinction. I think this is a really fun kind of before and after image, right? You've got all of these messy dogs before, and then you've got all of the nicely groomed dogs afterwards. And then you've got that really humorous addition of somebody that goes to the lengths of grooming their cat as well. And why people do that, I do not know. But I think that just adds a little extra level of humour and storytelling. And yeah, just a couple more points to come up into distinction range.
Yeah, you're all up there. So let's just go to maybe Kirsten, just see what she thinks.
I scored this 81 silver. I think Craig's made some really good points there as well. It is a really fun image. It is quirky. I think what was holding me back a little bit is the background texture. Some of them almost look like little cutouts. But the longer I look at the image, the more that I enjoy it. You do have these dirty, muddy little footprints and dirt on the floor and these very messy-looking, bedraggled dogs. And then you've got them all nicely groomed and clipped afterwards. So it is very fun and it is very clever. So I think I will definitely be coming up a few points.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go to Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'm going to stay there. I don't see a silver distinction in this. I mean, there's a lot of images here to, just to tell a very simple story, and I sort of find that the design element takes over a wee bit, and there's a lot to look at for a simple story. So I just think it's a silver for me.
Thank you, Tony. Mike, you were up there with Craig.
Yeah, I gave this 86, so I felt the same, Craig. I actually like the imposter. I love the odd one out. I think that makes it special. If it was all just dogs, I'd probably stay lower, but the imposter's great.
Thanks, Mike. I think it's back to you, Craig, to sum that one up, please.
I think Mike summed that up well. The cat always gets the cream. Give it a couple more points, please.
Let's see where it goes. Sitting on 84, and drum roll. Oh, it stays on 84. Okay. Well, it's a good discussion anyway. And it's also a nice silver, so we'll accept that and move on. Next image, please. Get there, we'll get there. The funny thing was this morning, because I called it nature, and I introduced it. And I said to her this morning, I said, I'm doing nature. And she said, no, it's animal. And I said, you're right, it's animal. But now I've locked in nature, it's going to be...
Yeah, real hard to change.
And of course, it just came out. It's like crazy. We have a good strong bronze there at 78. Are we happy with that, or is... Yep, everybody is comfortable. We'll accept that. That's great. And what we'll do is take a comment, please. Yep. Go for it, Craig.
Yep. Really lovely colour palette. I like the highly stylised finish of this edit. I think just to take it up a little bit higher for me, deal with that loop in the collar. That really pulls the eye down to the bottom there, and that blur across the face is a little bit too much, too strong on one side.
Thanks, Craig. Next print, please. Image. Maybe someone to hit me if I say print again. These are images, photographs. Print score's 81, but we definitely have a big challenge from Craig.
Yeah, 90 for this one for me. I definitely see this in the gold range. In terms of action shots of dogs, I think this is pretty much the holy grail. You've got the dog off the ground, all four paws are flying. It's flying through the air. I think what takes this into gold for me is the fact that you've got this little splash, you've got those muddy, sandy toe beans, you've got the ball that matches, and the eyes and the ears all kind of in that alignment. The energy's coming forwards. Everything else is soft and faded away, so the dog really pops out of the frame. It's beautifully crafted action shot, and I think we should be rewarding that.
Okay, Mike, I think you knew we were going to come to you.
Yeah, well, I gave it 77, which is an award. I think it deserves an award. In terms of action and sharpness and caught in the moment, I mean, these things should be professional practice these days. So that's sort of how I looked at it, but I thought that separation from the background was worth an award.
Thank you, Mike. Tony?
I was on 75, so that's probably a little bit stingy. I'll come up into silver, but for a gold, I would expect the there to be a bit more energy completely all around in this type of shot. And the top half of the image is brilliant with the paws and whatever it's got in its mouth and the eyes. But I sort of find the back legs and that a little bit lacking, like it was going to be put back in its wheelchair when it landed. It's just a part of its body feels like it's missing to me. So I think the top half of the image is outstanding, but that bottom part is just letting it down for me, at gold. But still an outstanding capture.
Thank you, Tony. I think it's back to you, Craig.
Okay. I think I might be pushing my luck here, but I would love a few more points for this. It definitely needs to come up at least into silvers. And I think, Tony, for me, the fact that you can't see the back legs is quite an illustration of how this photographer, in these horrible wet conditions, has actually gotten down and laid low on the ground to give the dog more of an illusion of height. If the photographer was higher up, then, you might see a little bit of a different angle, but you're gonna lose that illusion that the dog is high, which you get from the separation of the splash and the legs at the back there. So let's just rescore.
Thank you, judges. And that's crept up to a nice, healthy silver at 84. Thank you, judges. Accept that, and next print, please. Images scoring 80 silver. We do have a challenge from Mike. Do you want?
Yeah, I gave this 88. I just totally adore. I guess it's a human interpretation of what the dog's doing with its tongue, and I see it as the reaction to what the owner's done to it, and I don't blame it. So I just see the humour in this.
Thanks, Mike. Let's hear from Catherine, please.
I gave this a 78 to reward that humour. It's a sweet little capture, and I feel the bronze reflects that. I guess I felt that the dog was a little too close to the background. It was really sort of competing for my attention. But I didn't see anything. The humour's great, but to get it up higher, this wasn't more in it for me.
Thank you, Catherine. Anybody else like to comment on this before we pop back to you thinking about it, aren't you, Craig?
I'm at 78 as well, and I enjoy that humour, that before and after again. I am distracted by the background, and I think if I'm going to come up higher, I want to see more of a story and a connection between the two halves, maybe with different posing or with the dogs looking into the frames at each other or something like that to connect it and enhance that story even more.
Oh, Mike, back to you, I think.
Yeah, look, I'm just shocked that someone would do this to a dog, really.
Thanks, guys. Just rescore it, please. Who hasn't put their score in? So we have an 80 silver. Accept that, and next print, please. initial score of 79, and of course we have to do something about that, and Craig definitely wants to do that. So take it away, Craig.
Yep. So, yeah, 88 silver was distinction. I absolutely love all the texture in this. I can feel this environment. I can feel the wind in this dog's fur. I can feel the sunset and the warmth in this golden fur on the skin, and I think it's just really well done. I would have taken it higher, but there are a couple of technical issues with the edit, I think. But I think it sits really nicely within a silver distinction range because of the mood of this and the treatment.
Thank you, Craig. Let's hear from Mike. No, Mike or Tony? Tony?
I scored this as 78. I do agree with what Craig has said around the textures. You've got the grasses, the tussock, you've got the beautiful texture coming out in the dog's fur. There's two areas that I feel could have been improved to enhance this image and which would have allowed me to score it higher. One being I'm really distracted by the red collar that's hanging down to the side of the dog. My eye just keeps getting drawn to it. And the second thing is there are highlights and catchlights in the dog's eyes, but they're very, very hard to see. So you almost look, it's almost like looking into a soulless dog because all their soul is in their eyes and you just can't see it because they're too dark. So if that could have just been brought out a little bit more, I think then I would have been happy to take it higher.
Mike?
Yeah, just to add one more thing. The dodging around the backside of the dog on the left and the right is really distracting.
Back to you, Craig, I think. Oh. Yep. Tony, did you want to say something?
Just quickly, I was down on the low side at 74. I'll come up a bit. I just find the composition a bit, centre focused. How the camera sees it a lot of the time. So, and equal value of the sky and the land, and I just find that a little bit off-putting.
Thanks, Tony. It is definitely back to you now, Craig.
Okay. I see the dodging and burning. I see the collar. And I think the eyes are not a problem for me. This is a breed with dark eyes, and there are catchlights and some structure in the eyes. Central composition, I think that makes the dog feel more heroic in this kind of heroic scene with this kind of light, and the sky is really dynamic. I think probably 88 might be pushing it for you guys, but we need to rescore. It's on a 79, so let's take it up to a silver.
Thank you, Craig. See where it goes. Not a 79, please. And you didn't give me a 79, you gave me an 80, so that's a good result for that photographer and that image. So we'll accept that on the next image, please. This image is achieved as a silver at 84. There is a possibility of a Tony. Yeah,
Sorry.
you can take it, Tony.
Thank you, Catherine. I've scored at 85, so shouldn't be too much of a push to get you guys up a little bit, maybe, hopefully. But yeah, I've forgiven the black and white conversion, which is not helped by the beautiful iMac grey background. But yeah, so that's the part that I don't like the most. But everything else about this, I think, has got beautiful energy and life, the expression on the dog, the ears flapping, just the symmetry, the power of it, the beautiful leg space, everything flying up around it, look, all that whatever it is that it's bounding through up, and it's got a dark background behind that, so you can see it. It's just a real exercise in texture and energy, and it just feels really alive. And I think a silver distinction is.
Thank you, Tony. Mike, let's have your opinion, please. Okay.
Sorry, I gave it 80, but I'm going to 86.
Right, anybody else would like?
I'll add. I
Kirsten?
scored 88, so I scored up there with Tony. I agree with all the things Tony has said about this image. Like, I just love the expression on this dog, the happiness, the joy that he's got from running through this freshly mown lawn, the ears flapping in the wind. I actually would have scored this higher. There were just a couple of little things holding me back from going even higher with this image, so I think it is absolutely deserving of silver with distinction.
Thanks, Kirsten. Wrap it up, Tony.
Let's just get it there, guys. It's pretty simple.
Cedric on 84. Well done. Silver distinction at 87. That's a nice score. Well done. I will accept that. And the next image, please. You have a score of 70, and we'll accept that and take a comment, please. Okay, Catherine, thank you.
I think there was a lot of potential here. Unfortunately, the light is all on the dog's rear end, and that lovely tongue and everything is actually in the shade. And just the strength of that horizon line cutting into its head is just a little bit too much. So.
Thank you, Catherine. Next print, please. Next image, I should say. Print scores average of 75 bronze. Fairly even scoring there, so we'll just take a comment, please. Tony.
Yeah, these beautiful little creatures. I like how they've been put on a pedestal. I'd say watch what you're sitting them on, because it's a little bit overpowering and takes away a little bit from their beauty, the whiteness.
Thanks, Tony. Next image, please. Okay, with initial score of 81, silver. There's a potential there for a challenge. I'm not getting waved at, so we're going to accept that. I think. you happy, judges? Good. Can we have a comment, please? Mike?
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Mike.
Reduce the power of that rim light around the main dog. It's just a bit distracting.
Thank you, Mike. And next image, please. Prince scores an average of 77, bronze. Happy there? And take a comment, please. Craig?
Yeah, really, really nice, engaged expression. I love those ears; they're super cute. Maybe just to improve it, I think if you've got fancy collars and you're leaving them on for a shoot, then just make sure that the fancy side is turned all the way around so you can see it all, that instead of the buckle and the holes.
Thank you, judges. That was the final image in the animal category. All done and dusted. You've all done fantastically well. Thank you so much for your input. It's a round of applause for the judges. Also our audience in the room. Thank you for your attendance, and our online listeners and watchers. Just get the judges to hang around, please, so that we've got a few for the final lineup. Otherwise, thank you, everybody.